Chapter 564. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were also startled. We were fighting to the death for a long time, but the other side didn't deal with us. So, we ended up taking the blame for Ao Xieyun? What's this? Motherfucker, what kind of friendship do I have with Ao Xieyun? The people of O Clan and the few people of Hayamo Clan who had come to assist felt dizzy. You have already chopped up so many of our people, but you still have the nerve to say that this is a misunderstanding? This motherfucker's mouth is really amazing. Once you open your mouth, you are the sky. But once you close your mouth, you are the earth. GMO frowned. He then said with a bitter face, "Fuck, brothers, you see? I'm really sorry. Who is Ao Xieyun? What kind of thing is he? We don't know him from the start. Don't you think so?" Cough, cough. This is a big misunderstanding. He touched his nose and mischievously smiled. He then awkwardly said, "You see, how about we apologize to you? Say sorry, and let this matter go? Isn't it? Let it go. It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." Jimo's words became more and more earnest as he spoke. That third-grade Emperor-level expert of O Clan almost went crazy with anger. "What are you talking about? You killed people, and you want to let it go with just a sorry? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive? What kind of bullshit is this?" GMO said in a very serious manner, "Senior, as the saying goes, the dead can't be brought back to life. So, please restrain your grief. After all, we're dead now. But their heads have already fallen off. Moreover, we have to show our sincerity in order to win your understanding." What sincerity? That Emperor-level expert looked at the expressions on the faces of the three people, and he finally believed that this was a misunderstanding, you see. GMO cautiously probed. "We were careless and killed 13 of your people. So, we have decided to compensate you with 13 coffins. No matter what, we have to bury the dead in peace. Leaving their corpses in the wilderness is too cruel. What else?" That third-grade Emperor-level expert heard this. He saw that GMO had paused. So, he couldn't help but ask. "No," GMO said with a bitter face. "You see, we're outside. We don't have anything with us. And we're being used as scapegoats. We're also being wronged. How can we explain this? Do we really want to kill that much? We are not homicidal maniacs. You killed 13 of our men, and you're giving us 13 coffins as compensation? Nothing else?" That third-grade Emperor-level expert finally exploded. He stomped his foot and roared, "Bastard! Are you toying with this old man? We wouldn't dare." Jimo's face was sullen. "Really, there's no other way. We don't have any money. How about this? Let's take a step back. If this unfortunate man has any family members, we can also take care of them. For example, if he has a young and beautiful sister or daughter, we can also take care of them comfortably, bastard. You were really playing with me." The third-grade king-level expert flew into a rage. A wisp of smoke rose from his forehead. "Ha ha ha, old bastard." GMO laughed out loud. He jumped up and patted the old man. He said, "You old bastard. If I don't play with you, then who do I play with? You've lived for so long. But you've been living like a fucking dog all this time. You're a stubborn old man with a knot in his head. You're an unenlightened fool. You've lived for 1,000 years, but you're still a bastard. You deserve to be played with." That third-grade Emperor-level expert was so angry that his entire body was convulsing. He was almost unable to breathe. His lips trembled as he said, You're a junior. I won't be Omu Feng if I don't dismember your body into thousands of pieces today." "Omu Feng, what's wrong with you? Omu Feng, you motherfucker." GMO spat out a mouthful of saliva. He then put his hands on his waist and said, "Old bastard, old turtle, come on, come on. Are you happy? Owu dog ant, dog ant. This is GMO. This is King of Hell Chu's group. And the one with the sword is Gu Duxing." Someone finally recognized GMO. This dog ant had become his signature phrase. And this exposed second young Master G's true identity. "Oh whoa, I'm your father, your ancestor." GMO put his hands on his waist and looked up to the sky, and laughed heartily. I haven't come out of Jianghu for a long time, and I was wondering if my charm had declined. But no one had recognized me even after so long. But I'm finally relieved now. Not bad. You deserve a reward. Omu Feng's belly exploded with anger. Suddenly, a guy jumped out and looked at Chu Yong. How come only the three of you are here? Where are the others? This old man was Omu Feng's elder brother, O Jin Feng. He vigilantly looked all around as he spoke. King of Hell Chu had gone to the northern wilderness with several people. So, how come only these three are here now? The others are here. It wasn't Chu Yong who had said this. Instead, two people had spoken in unison. A mournful and dazzling saber light impressively appeared along with these words, and a sharp sword light also rushed out at the same time. Dong Wushang's sturdy body was impressively revealed like pig iron. Just by standing there, it gave people the feeling that a mountain range made of iron had suddenly appeared in front of them. Dong Wushang coldly snorted. He waved his saber, and a revered martial artist and a king-level expert on his left got chopped into 4 pieces. Then, he waved his saber to the right and smashed them down. Yes, it was smashed. The black saber weighed more than 250 kilograms. So, its might couldn't be displayed without the word smashing. The 2 experts on the right desperately tried to block it. Their swords were broken with a kachet sound. Then, their heads were separated with a bang sound. Dong Wushang's majestic body was dripping with blood. He took a big step forward and shouted, "Get lost." A middle-grade king-level expert bore the brunt of his attack. Dong Wushang's saber chopped down like a thunderbolt. This king-level expert bellowed, "You're the one who should get lost." He brandished his sword to meet Dong Wushang's attack head-on. A loud clang sound was heard, and the sword shattered into pieces of iron. Then, this middle-grade king-level expert rolled out like a rubber ball on the ground. He repeatedly spat out blood with a wah sound. This was exactly what Dong Wushang had said. Get lost. Dong Wushang didn't move an inch. His majestic body was like a towering mountain. He disdainfully snorted and walked in with big strides. A 5th-grade saber king against a middle-grade king-level expert. And a middle-grade king-level expert had been sent flying in a single exchange. Moreover, he had been seriously injured. This was a miracle in anyone's eyes. That king-level expert was a middle-grade king-level expert. However, Dong Wushang was a genuine peak 5th-grade saber king. Moreover, he had suppressed his strength to prevent him from making a breakthrough. Dong Wushang would have been an 8th-grade saber king if he hadn't suppressed his strength. Dong Wushang's black saber weighed more than 250 kilograms. Moreover, he had innate divine strength. So, it would have been strange if he hadn't been able to send a middle-grade king-level expert flying even if he had used the sword. Luo Kudi's swordlight was like a viper on the other side. Shwa, shwa, shwa. It swept past 3 people in quick succession. A thin trace of blood appeared on the throats of the 3 people at the same time. Then, a gorgeous blood light violently shot out. The 3 corpses slowly fell down. Luo Kudi had already clashed with another king-level expert at this time. Luo Kudi's body somersaulted in the air and entered the encirclement. He was standing beside Gu Duxing. The temperaments of these 2 people were somewhat similar at this moment. Both of them were like sharp swords. However, there were still some differences if one were to carefully distinguish them. Gu Duxing was like a peerless divine weapon with restrained sharpness. He was standing motionless, but his sharpness was faintly discernible. He was ready to draw his sword at any time. On the other hand, Luo Kudi was like a blood-stained sharp sword that was ready to kill. His body was emitting an intense bloodthirsty aura. His ferocious aura was soaring to the sky. Good. Very good. All of you are finally here. Omu Feng slowly nodded. The murderous aura in his eyes was getting more and more intense. We didn't catch Aosiayun. So, we took the corpses of the 3 of you back. It's an unexpected harvest. It's a great merit. Chu Yang mischievously smiled. You want to rely on these defeated troops of yours? You want to deal with us? Omu Feng, are you sure that you aren't dreaming? You must know that we killed 22 of your people, and we didn't even suffer a single injury. We'll pay a price to annihilate all of you here. Don't tell me that we can't do it." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these were defeated troops of theirs. 50 people had been lying in ambush here, and 22 of them had died at the hands of these 5 people. It could be said that less than half of them had been eliminated. Moreover, Gu Duxing had killed an emperor-level expert with top-notch fighting strength. You are merely 5 king-level experts. You may have Sword King and Saber King, but you're nothing more than this. You can't be an emperor-level expert's opponent no matter what. Moreover, Brother Su Wushuang, the emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan, is here in addition to us brothers. Even if you have wings, you will still die. Omu Feng didn't need to say so much. But Chu Yang's words were an extremely fierce attack on his heart, and it was an extremely heavy blow to his subordinates. It was inevitable that some people would become dejected if he didn't refute them. "Go. Kill them." O Jin Feng bellowed. "Kill them ruthlessly for this old man." The first person to attack wasn't anyone from the O clan. Instead, it was Chu Yang. Chu Yang would never let go of such an opportunity. It wasn't known when a long sword had appeared in his hand. The sword light spread, and a cold light whizzed out. It suddenly transformed into 10,000 sword lights and rushed forward. One cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. O Jin Feng shouted loudly. He pulled out his sword and rushed forward. But a person's silhouette flashed in front of him. Then, an iron tower-like body came forward to greet him. Then, a black light transformed into a lightning and thunder above his head and fiercely hacked down. It was Dong Wushang. He coldly said, "Old thing, Second Master Dong is the one who sent you on your way. Don't look for someone else. Otherwise, you'll become a confused ghost on the road to hell." A dignified emperor-level expert has become a confused ghost, and you don't even know who killed you. You'll be very disgraced. O Jin Feng furiously shouted. Chu Yang had already turned his body. He took advantage of the momentum of one cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms and made a turn in the air. Then, an extremely swift and fierce sword light flew out of his hand. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chapter 565. The World Defying the Heavens is written by Wind Conquers the World. If you like this work, please vote for it or collect it. Don't know how to vote or collect it? Please read this post. Let us dance with the wind and clouds and defy the heavens together. Let us read this magnificent chapter together. The revered martial artist closest to Chu Yang didn't even have time to react. His chest was smashed by the thunder-like sword light, and his body was torn to pieces. Chu Yang rushed towards another opponent like a whirlwind and lightning with the sharp whistling of the sword light. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout in the field. His sword was like a lonely peak swordsman who had been lonely for 1,000 years. He thrust his sword forward and met Omu Feng head-on with a lonely atmosphere. Luo Kadi shouted, "Awa, Su Wushuang, your second master Luo has come. Why aren't you kneeling down for me?" He had gone to meet the second-grade emperor-level expert Su Wushuang. GMO shouted. He turned over and fused with his sword. He rushed into the ranks of the revered martial artists with his sword. This was the plan that the three of them had already decided on with their superb tacit understanding. Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Luo Ku Di would do their utmost to entangle the 3 emperor-level experts. GMO and Chu Yang would deal with the remaining experts with quick and decisive moves. Then, they would turn around and attack from all sides. Chu Yang didn't consider anything. He attacked with a 10,000 fathoms of cold light. Then, he'd repeatedly displayed the 12 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique. My brothers won't be able to deal with the Emperor-level experts for long. I must end this battle quickly. How sharp is the Tribulation Sword technique? Chu Yang had been able to assassinate a first-grade Emperor-level expert when he was still a first-grade King-level expert. He was now a 5th-grade Sword King. Moreover, he had suppressed his strength. Perhaps he would have become an 8th-grade Sword King if he hadn't suppressed his strength. Using such a cultivation level, such a divine sword, and such a sword technique to fight with these king-level experts and revered martial artists was like bullying them. Wherever Chu Yang passed by, blood would flow, limbs would fly, and heads would roll. A single 1,000 fathoms of cold light. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will never change. Gather the clouds and become the emperor. Over and over again. Minister Chu had gone crazy. Wherever one man and one sword went, even the trees within their line of sight would fall down neatly. For a moment, the mountains shook and the earth shook, rumbling without end. On Jimo's side, he was also like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He was hacking and killing, and he was howling nonstop. On the other side, Luo Kadi was also howling. It was like a pack of wolves gathering. Only 4 king-level experts were left behind. Chu Yang and GMO didn't hesitate to rush towards those 4 king-level experts from 2 different directions at the same time. On the other side, Omu Feng and the others were so angry that their eyes were about to split open. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 apertures. Watching his subordinates being slaughtered without being able to put up any resistance, and yet he couldn't do anything about it, it was really depressing. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kadi were coming and going like butterflies. Omu Feng was still fighting Gu Duxing a moment ago, but a big saber had already come slashing towards him the next moment, and it had turned into Luo Kadi the next moment. These 3 people weren't just cooperating with a tacit understanding. Moreover, they were extremely slippery. They wouldn't fight you head-on. Instead, they would fight you as much as possible. You'd be attacked by these 3 people if you wanted to rush out to help your subordinates. But you'd find out that they had become slippery once you turned around. These 3 people were so angry that they were shouting loudly, but they couldn't do anything about it. Jin Feng saw that one of his subordinates had died under Chu Yang's sword during the fierce battle. So, he couldn't help but roar in rage, "Domain!" Omu Feng and Su Wu Shuang faced upwards and roared. The 3 of them suddenly gathered together and stood in a triangular formation. Then, the 3 of them launched their attacks at the same time. Domain! A dense worldly aura suddenly spread out and formed a huge domain within a radius of several hundred feet. They had thought of this brilliant method to capture Aosia Yun, but they hadn't expected that they would use it on these youngsters before they even met Aosia Yun. Domain was the difference between a king-level expert and an emperor-level expert. It was also the best way to distinguish them. They could take whatever they wanted inside the domain. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kadi didn't have enough time to withdraw. But they suddenly felt their bodies stiffen. It seemed as if they were immersed in an extremely viscous liquid. Even turning their bodies was extremely difficult for them. "Junior, give me your life." Omu Feng laughed heartily. Then, he, Jin Feng, and Su Wu Shuang thrust their swords at the same time. Dong Wushang silently roared as he looked at the rapidly approaching swords. Then, he suddenly faced upwards and roared. A violent aura swelled out of his chest. Then, he struggled with all his might and pounced towards Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing also had the same plan. He struggled with all his might, and the black dragon sword burst out with an intense swordlight inside the domain. He struggled unwillingly and rushed towards Luo Kadi. Then, he kicked Luo Kadi's body. Emperor-level domain. It was impossible to guard against it. They would undoubtedly die in the current situation. So, they would die with the greatest value if they were going to die. Therefore, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang chose to sacrifice themselves at the same time in order to let each other out. When Gu Duxing's foot landed on Luo Kadi's body, Dong Wushang's full-force push had already landed on Gu Duxing's back. They couldn't speak inside the domain. Neither could they hear what the other side was saying. But they could see each other's movements clearly. Luo Kadi was kicked out with a puff sound. It was as if a piece of cloth had been torn apart. Luo Kadi looked up to the sky in grief and indignation the moment he got out of the domain. Then, 2 streams of tears rolled down. Second brother, fourth brother. Dong Wushang pounced on Gu Duxing's body. He used all his strength to push Gu Duxing away. He felt a chill on his back. Two of the three swords had streaked across his back. The cuts had penetrated deep into his bones, and blood fiercely spurted out, however. His body had deviated from the place where the sword should have pierced his heart because he had sacrificed himself to save others. This could be considered as a great fortune in an unfortunate situation. Sometimes, one would get a chance to live if they disregarded their own life and death to save their loved ones when they were about to die. Therefore, one shouldn't hesitate in the face of life and death. At this moment, Dong Wushang truly understood how reasonable this sentence was. But he still felt tremendous pain. The emperor-level sword chi rushed into his body and started to destroy his body and meridians in an instant. Dong Wushang suddenly raised his head in pain. His resolute face twitched violently. However, he tightly bit his lips and didn't make the slightest sound. I can't shout. Gu Duxing will rush back if I shout. And I'll die if he rushes back. Chu Yang had finally dealt with all the enemies at this time. So, he desperately rushed over with his sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Beheading the entire world won't stop the saber. These two tyrannical sword techniques crashed into the emperor-level domain at the same time. This was the first time that Chu Yang had collided with the domain of an emperor-level expert, and it was three at once. Meanwhile, Gu Duxing united with his sword. A hazy black energy sword from the Black Dragon Sword. He howled in grief and indignation. Then, he disregarded his own life and transformed into a sword light along with his sword. Then, he crashed into the emperor-level domain. Luoku D and GMO rushed back from another direction at the same time. Dong Wushang was inside the domain. He saw his brothers rushing over without regard for their own lives. He exposed a gratified and worried smile on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of something, but he eventually fainted. Chu Yang roared. He transformed into a thunderbolt along with his sword and crashed into the emperor-level domain. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? His entire life's cultivation has transformed into a concentrated attack. Meanwhile, Gu Duxing, Luoku Di, and GMO split into three directions. They avoided Dong Wushang and crashed into the emperor-level domain like meteors. King-level experts had collided with the emperor-level domain head-on. This was something that no one had dared to think about in the past. But now, these four youngsters had triggered such a heroic scene for the first time for their brothers to collide with each other. The domain that the three king-level experts had laid down with a concerted effort suddenly caved in under the desperate attacks of these four people with a loud bang. 7 violent forces collided with each other. This domain had already lost half of its power because Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luoku Di had destroyed it once. So, it had been smashed into pieces in an instant. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. It was as if hundreds of bombs had exploded at the same time. The 7 people who were fighting let out a muffled groan at the same time and were sent flying. Gu Duxing madly rushed over. He threw out the Black Dragon Sword that was as precious as his life. Then, he immediately held Dong Wushang in his arms. He used his own body to protect Dong Wushang and arched his back. Then, a violent explosion resounded. A strong impact force rushed over and hit Gu Duxing's back. Gu Duxing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He fiercely spouted a mouthful of blood, but he still arched his back and forcibly held on. He was sent flying while holding Dong Wushang. He used all his cultivation in front of his chest to protect his unconscious brother. Only a pitiful amount of elemental energy was left to protect his back. With a few cracking sounds, his spine broke violently. Gu Duxing spat out another mouthful of blood. His remaining consciousness held Dong Wushang tightly. After flying out, he actually turned over with all his might and placed his own body below. He flew out far away and fell heavily on the ground. He used the last of his strength to lift Dong Wushang's body up. Then, he fainted without a word. And Dong Wushang, who was in his arms, rolled out of his arms at the moment when he finally lost consciousness. With the help of his last move, Dong Wushang dispelled the gravity of falling from a high altitude. He landed lightly on the ground, and after rolling a few times, he was actually unscathed. After the explosion, Chu Yang also lost consciousness. Luo Ku-di and GMO flew out like rubber balls. The 3 Emperor-level experts also drifted down in 3 different directions. They didn't have any power to resist as they were sent flying. Their 5 internal organs had been severely damaged. The 3 of them were barely conscious, but they couldn't even move a finger. But the 3 of them were cruelly happy. Look at those guys. They had obviously lost consciousness. So, the 3 of us should be able to recover before them. Won't we be like fish on the chopping board at that time? Will we be at their mercy? We must catch them alive this time. We must make these bastards beg for death. They can't beg for death. Suddenly, a cold light flashed while they were happily thinking. Su Wushuang was smiling in pain in midair. He screamed, and his upper body was separated from his lower body. He looked over with his remaining consciousness and saw a thin and small youth jump out with a whooshing sound. He then chased after Omu Feng and shouted, "3 old bastards, die." I'm a little disappointed. I have 4,000 votes for recommendation now. Haha, I'll explode even if I can't vote. Brothers and sisters, we can't be so lacking. Chapter 566. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless another person chased after Jin Feng like a meteor. He then shouted, "Motherfucker, it's finally my turn. I was almost suffocated to death. Motherfucker, these 3 old bastards dared to hurt my brother." This person had a grotesque appearance. He had one eyebrow facing the sky and the other eyebrow facing the ground. His voice sounded like thousands of hungry wolves that had been thirsty for a month and hundreds of drakes that had been grabbed by the neck. Su Wushuang finally lost consciousness. His last thought was, "Motherfucker, these bastards still have an ambush." This voice alone can kill an Emperor-level expert. Even if they don't die from the shock, they will die from discomfort. Tan Tan and Rue Butong had beaten up the 2 Emperor-level experts effortlessly. Then, they rushed back with all their strength. This was the countermeasure that the brothers had discussed before this. The opposite party has ambushed us. So, they naturally know about Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Ku-di, and the others. But Rue Butong and Tan Tan had met them in the northern wilderness. So, no one knows about them. Therefore, Rue Butong and Tan Tan couldn't appear at the beginning. The 2 of them could only rush out when both sides were seriously injured. Then, they could take control of the situation in one fell swoop. The opposite party hasn't ambushed us, but this strategy is absolutely correct. And it has brought about the greatest effect. So, we can catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. The 2 of them rushed to Chu Yang's side. One of them blocked his front, and the other one blocked his back. They circulated their martial power with all their strength and healed Chu Yang's injuries first. Both of them knew that Chu Yang had a divine power in his body. So, their brothers would be fine as long as he woke up. But they would be done for if something happened to Chu Yang while they were saving the others. Chu Yang coughed fiercely after a while. He spat out a mouthful of blood and woke up. He looked at Tan Tan and felt relieved. He forced himself to sit up. Then, he quickly took out 4 incomplete versions of the heavy pills. Quickly give them to them. 1 pill for each person. Then, he took 1 pill for himself and swallowed it. Rue Butong anxiously took the pills. Then, he rushed out. He saw Gu Duxing first, and he couldn't help but jump in fright. Gu Duxing's entire body had fallen apart. In fact, he couldn't even be helped. Rue Butong's eyes were filled with tears. He first gave the heavy pill to Gu Duxing, then Dong Wushang, Luo Ku-di, GMO. After a long time, GMO and Luo Ku-di woke up first. However, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were still unconscious. Chu Yang had also recovered a little by now. He propped himself up and walked over. Everyone gathered around the 2 and watched. Both of their injuries are slowly recovering. Even their muscles, bones, muscles, and muscles can be clearly seen with their eyes. After a long time, Gu Duxing finally opened his eyes. He blinked as if the sunlight above his head was too dazzling. He closed his eyes and asked, "How is Wushang?" "I'm fine." Dong Wushang, who had just woken up, said, Second brother, how are you? I'm fine. A rare smile appeared on Gu Duxing's cold face. He tried to move his hand, then raised his arm and tried to sit up. He actually managed to sit up. He couldn't help but be surprised. I clearly remember that my spine was broken. How can I sit up now? Why does it seem like the injured part is only in intense pain? Rue Butong and Tan Tan set up tents and moved everyone inside to have a good rest. When night came, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing's recovery had already stopped. They knew that the effect of the heavy pill was probably over. Their injuries were too serious. One pill was not enough for them to fully recover. So, they took out 2 more pills and gave them to the two. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang finally recovered a little. I have an epiphany. Dong Wushang leaned on GMO. His voice was still weak as he said, "Everyone, listen carefully." Chu Yang and the others suddenly felt awestruck. They knew that this was a sudden epiphany of a Saber King when he was facing a life and death crisis. This kind of epiphany was the most precious. Sometimes, this epiphany could even make a Saber King advance. This kind of epiphany was extremely precious to everyone. It had always been a secret. However, Dong Wushang obviously wanted to share it now. The domain of an Emperor-level expert is indeed extraordinary. The might of the domain of 3 Emperor-level experts isn't as simple as multiplying. I knew that I would die a moment ago. Therefore, I chose to sacrifice myself to let the 2 of them go out. Dong Wushang's words seemed to be boasting. But his brothers knew that he wasn't boasting. When I desperately burned my soul power to attack, I discovered that Kadi and second brother had also chosen the same method. But my black saber was heavy. So, I took a step ahead. The 3 of us knew that we would die. So, we wanted to let our brothers go out. Therefore, the situation of certain death suddenly changed at that moment. Dong Wushang smiled weakly, but his face shone with a profound radiance. The domain that could have killed us was still the domain at that moment. But the attack had deviated from its original direction. It had forced them to change their sword moves and change their direction. Therefore, second brother had kicked Luo Ku-di out. And second brother had also gone out when I had bumped into him. But the 2 opponents had changed the direction of their swords because of this collision. Therefore, the 2 swords that should have pierced through my front and back didn't fall into a fatal position. All 3 of us should have died. But none of us died. Because we didn't have ourselves in our hearts at that moment. And we did something that we couldn't do because we didn't have ourselves. Therefore, we didn't die. Selflessness is my epiphany. Dong Wushang sighed softly. There was a trace of reminiscence and emotion in his eyes. It seemed that he had recalled the last moment of his life and death. He had seen his 4 brothers rushing over with all their might. Then, he smiled warmly. True feelings can only be seen at the moment of life and death. Epiphany can only be found at the moment of life and death. But there is no epiphany if one can't throw away life and death. So, I don't have brothers. My saber technique has changed its name from now on. It's called Life Force in the Land of Death. Saber without injury. Dong Wushang's eyes shone brightly as he said, "It's easier to find life force in the land of death. That's because life force is too ordinary at other times. So, we don't pay attention to it. Life force in the land of death is when extreme misfortune comes to happiness. Where there's life, there's death. All life comes from death. Therefore, it's endless. And it's full of surprises and emotions." Dong Wushang was silent for a while. Then, he said, "Actually, you'll realize that you're not giving when you're wholeheartedly giving your all for your brothers. Instead, you're reaping. And you're reaping even more." Dong Wushang's eyes shone brightly as he said, "I've felt this the most. You're not giving when you're wholeheartedly giving your all for your brothers. Instead, you're reaping even more." All the brothers repeated this sentence in unison. There was a thoughtful look on their faces. Dong Wushang sighed in satisfaction. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Big brother, I don't need to suppress my strength anymore. This epiphany has changed my state of mind a lot. I'm afraid that I'll break through to Saber Emperor after this." Break through to Saber Emperor. Dong Wushang had actually broken through so much at the brink of death. Chu Yang, GMO, and the others were deep in thought. They remained silent and didn't speak. They were all deeply moved by Dong Wushang's words about giving and reaping. Gu Duxing's eyes suddenly lit up. They emitted a dazzling light. It seemed as if he had suddenly realized something. He suddenly laughed loudly. His voice was full of joy as he said, "I see." He and Dong Wushang had the same experience. So, he immediately understood Dong Wushang's point. Luo Kudi was deep in thought. He seemed to have understood something. It was as if a thin barrier had appeared in front of him. It was almost translucent. He only needed to poke it with his hand, and it would be broken. However, he couldn't touch it no matter what. He couldn't help but sink into deep thought for a long time. GMO thought about it carefully and tried to comprehend it carefully. However, he did not fully understand it. It seemed as if he had reached the edge, but he still couldn't touch the essence. Rue Butong muttered. His eyes were lifeless as he looked ahead. He was trying his best to think about the meaning behind these words. Tan Tan's eyes were lifeless. It seemed as if he hadn't heard anything. However, one would discover that a bright light would occasionally flash in the depths of Tan Tan's eyes if one looked carefully. It was as if there was a candlelight flickering in the wind on a vast prairie in the middle of a pitch-black night. This flame would certainly have the power to set the prairie ablaze if it could burn. As he pondered, the strange mark on his forehead seemed to be faintly flickering. Slowly, it seemed to be growing a little bigger. Tan Tan suddenly held his head. A burst of severe headache had attacked him at lightning speed at this moment. This headache had come so suddenly that he hadn't been prepared for it. So, Tan Tan couldn't help but groan in pain. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Chu Yang was startled. He asked, "Tan Tan, what's wrong with you?" Tan Tan didn't answer. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Chu Yang and the others suddenly felt as if a wild and tyrannical aura from ancient times was being fiercely emitted from Tan Tan's body. It seemed as if an ancient king had suddenly reappeared in the world at this moment. He was the ruler of the world. The brothers were horrified, but this aura then suddenly disappeared. Several fragmented scenes suddenly appeared in Tan Tan's mind. It seemed like a long, long time ago, or perhaps it was in another world. He had a group of brothers like this. A long-lost warmth suddenly surged into his heart. However, this feeling made him feel even more pain. At the same time, a strong sourness suddenly rushed up in his heart. His heart had never known sorrow, but it suddenly became extremely sad. It seemed as if his heart was being gripped in pain. It seemed as if the sky had suddenly collapsed and the earth had sunk. Too many people were standing in front of him. They were shouting at him, "King, quickly leave." Then, they collectively rushed towards that tragic scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. They were fighting for that last breath of time for him to struggle. They were so resolute that they didn't look back. Blood gushed out of the wound. Tintin groaned in extreme pain. Chapter 567. Brother. Tantin held his head and suddenly murmured these two words. His voice was trembling when he said these two words, but it didn't have his unique voice at all. Instead, it was full of emotions, full of reluctance, and full of emotions, extremely sad. It seemed as if these two words had come from his heart. They had turned into a moan-like call. This call seemed to have crossed thousands of years, crossed the endless vicissitudes of life, and used his life to call out these two words, brother. Brother. Tantin called out again in a low voice. Suddenly, a crazy explosion occurred in his mind, and his mind became blank in an instant. He wanted to say, "I'm ashamed to be your king. Have you blamed me for all these years?" But he didn't get to say it. Those anxious faces disappeared in an instant. It seemed as if the clouds in the sky had vanished in an instant. Then, Tan Tan screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he suddenly lost consciousness. 7 days after that battle, it was late at night. Everything was quiet. The insects were chirping, and the cicadas were singing. It was so quiet that it made people feel like they were in a dreamlike place of silence. It seemed as if their impetuous hearts had also calmed down, and they had become happy. In the dense night, A long stretch of vitality suddenly burst out and slowly pervaded the air. Then, the aura of a breakthrough suddenly erupted along with this vitality. Then, Chu Yang walked out of the tent. He held his hands behind his back and strolled under the starry sky. Chu Yang had advanced 4 grades in a row tonight and had broken through to Sword King grade in one fell swoop. There was still room for further advancement in this period of time. But Chu Yang stopped. It would be unwise to advance his cultivation to Emperor level before he found the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. It would be more difficult if he used his already consolidated cultivation to complement the Tribulation Sword, and he would lose even more. Chu Yang's mind was somewhat chaotic. Tan Tan had been sitting silently in the tent since he had fainted that day, and he had been like a puppet for several days. He hadn't spoken a word. It was impossible to guess what had happened to him, but Chu Yang was very worried. Strange things had happened to Tan Tan's body one after another during this period of time. First, he had suddenly eaten the inner core of a spirit beast. Then, he had gotten a high fever. Then, he had stopped eating and started to eat the inner core instead. And now, such a thing had happened. What was going on? Chu Yang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. He was constantly pondering in his heart, how can Tan Tan's situation be brought about? Not long after, an aura of a breakthrough erupted, and a vast saber chi shot up into the sky, shattering the clouds. The Saber Emperor realm, dispelling the clouds and revealing the blue sky. Then, Dong Wushang also walked out quietly. Boss. Dong Wushang's figure became more and more burly. His rough and majestic body had already turned into a somewhat elegant and heavy one. Although there were still traces of his movements, he was already at ease. He was faintly showing the embryonic form of a peerless expert. Anyone who saw Dong Wushang would immediately and inexplicably think of a scene. One man and one saber against the heroes of the world. That kind of peerlessly crazy and heroic scene that made one's blood boil completely. It was as heavy as a mountain, as vast as the sea. Saber Emperor. Saber Emperor. 10,000 sabers would bow down in front of him. The first pure Saber Emperor of the 3 heavens in 300 years. The first Saber Emperor of the 3 heavens under the age of 20 in 1,000 years, who was only 10 years old. Have you made a breakthrough? Chu Yang didn't turn his head. His footsteps didn't stop either. He slowly walked forward and softly asked. Yes. Dong Wushang nodded. Then, he trod on the dark green grass beside Chu Yang and silently walked forward. He took a deep breath and said, Before I met Boss, my goal was to break through to the king level as soon as possible. At that time, I could only use the black saber cultivation technique of my clan to practice and fight. After I met Boss, I changed. Boss asked second brother to give me countless saber insights. So, a saber path of cultivation appeared in front of me. Therefore, my journey has been very smooth. However, tonight's breakthrough is the happiest for me. Dong Wushang gently smiled. He shook his head and said, Because this kind of breakthrough only belongs to me. Even if someone else had this kind of insight before, I figured it out myself this time. Therefore, I'm very happy. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a sharp light. This is my saber. The saber without injury. First grade Saber Emperor. Not bad. Chu Yang praised. The saber without injury. What is the saber without injury? The saber without injury. Dong Wushang proudly said. Only death? The saber without injury. Chu Yang gently smiled, but didn't say anything. The saber without injury naturally wasn't for death. The cultivation of saber path wasn't entirely for slaughter. Dong Wushang knew this, but he didn't understand it. Only when he reached a new realm would he be able to comprehend it himself. At that time, Dong Wushang's saber without injury would be considered a small achievement, right? However, Chu Yang obviously wouldn't say it now. He wanted Dong Wushang to comprehend it himself. He wanted to comprehend the true saber without injury. Duxing is also about a breakthrough. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, Us brothers can be considered to have some ability to protect ourselves in these 3 days. This ability is all because of you, big brother. Dong Wushang stopped in his tracks and looked at Chu Yang's back. His eyes were full of undisguised feelings and admiration. What I hope to bring to you more is an infinitely brilliant future, Chu Yang lightly said. Also, confidence and self-improvement. Even if there's no more Chu Yang in this world one day, you can still rise to the top. That's what I hope for. Without you, Chu Yang? Big brother, what do you mean? Dong Wushang's expression turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and the light in his eyes suddenly condensed. A faint, dangerous aura came out of his body. Saber energy filled the sky. It's just a saying. There's no need to be so nervous. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Actually, I should say it like this. If there's no more brothers in this world, even if there's only one left, we'll still dominate the world. At the peak, we'll write the legend of today. For some reason, after this breakthrough, Chu Yang suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if the front had turned into a cloud of fog again. He couldn't see clearly and couldn't speak clearly. Dong Wushang raised his eyebrows. They were like two peerless treasured sabers that suddenly jumped out of the sky. He lightly said, If Big Brother is in trouble, then why should I, Dong Wushang, cherish my life? This sentence was said lightly, but it was filled with a strong sense of brotherly affection that seemed to have spread across the vast grassland. The two of them stopped at the same time and looked up at the sky. The stars twinkled in the sky. Chu Yang felt something in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh softly and said, I wonder what kind of world there is above this starry sky? A voice softly said, If Big Brother's ambition is in the starry sky, us brothers will charge up there. What do you think? This was a cold reputation, but there was too much uncontrollable excitement. That was the endless excitement of finally getting one's long-cherished wish. The two of them turned back at the same time. Under the starry sky, Gu Duxing's black robe fluttered as he walked over. His figure was like a faintly discernible divine sword. Although he was lonely and aloof, at this moment, there was a kind of emperor's aura that came out of nowhere. It was as if in front of him, all the swords in the world had to bow down. First grade sword sovereign. Charge up the sword sovereign, bring Sister Xiaomiao out, and marry Sister Xiaomiao. This was Gu Duxing's lifelong dream. Even Chu Yang didn't expect that Gu Duxing would reach such a cultivation level at such a young age. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing's eyes met. Instantly, an invisible electric light flashed. It was as if a peerless treasured saber had suddenly met a peerless sharp sword. At this moment, brilliant sparks were created from the collision. Second brother, congratulations. The first sword sovereign in 300 years of three heavens. Dong Wushang's eyes exploded with endless battle enthusiasm. How about fighting with me? Gu Duxing laughed. His cold and sharp eyes shot over and stared at Dong Wushang's face. Dong Wushang instantly felt as if his face was pricked by a sharp needle. It was painful. After a long time, Gu Duxing's eyes gradually became as cold as ice and snow. He said indifferently, A battle is also good. As he said this, the sword energy of the wasteland suddenly soared to the sky. Dong Wushang let out a deep and muffled roar. His figure took a step back. With the saber in his hand, the saber energy filled the sky. One sword energy and one saber light collided in the dense air. The invisible momentum collided with a biting, cold, murderous aura. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed as if this silent night had been completely cut into pieces. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and looked at his two brothers. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This saber sovereign and sword sovereign are indeed different from ordinary martial emperors. Too different. If an ordinary first-grade martial emperor were to fight against a saber sovereign, the victor would be decided in one move. Dong Wushang's saber sovereign was also different from the saber sovereigns of the Yi clan in Chu Yang's memory. Although those people's grades were higher than Dong Wushang's, the purity of their saber path was far inferior. That was because those people advanced together at the beginning. Only when they reached a certain level did they start to focus on saber. But Dong Wushang only had saber in his heart since childhood. He didn't have anything else besides saber. Therefore, ever since he was young, all of his efforts, all of his wisdom, and all of his plans had been focused on this saber. Therefore, Dong Wushang's saber sovereign was a very pure saber sovereign. Gu Duxing was also the same. Chu Yang still remembered Gu Duxing's extreme fanaticism when he had first arrived at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and saw his sword. And this fanaticism could also be clearly seen on Dong Wushang's body. While Chu Yang was thinking, the two people on the battlefield had already brandished their sabers and swords. Suddenly, the shadows of their sabers and swords filled the night sky. It was unknown when Luo Ku Di and GMO had come out. They were somewhat enviously looking at Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. Chapter 568. Luo Ku Di and GMO had also made breakthroughs. Moreover, for the two of them, this was definitely a huge breakthrough. They had broken through to king level. This achievement was enough to show disdain for the whole world. However, it had suddenly become only king level because of Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. They would be considered rare geniuses in the upper three heavens if they had such cultivation at their age. However, both of them were only depressed at this moment. Rui Butong drooped his head as if he had lost his parents. He had broken through the least among his brothers. He was now an 8th grade king level expert. This had made Rui Butong so depressed that he almost went crazy. He had been a 7th grade king level expert a few days ago, and they had only been 5th grade king level experts. So, he had flaunted his prowess. However, he hadn't expected that such good days would last for less than a month. And he had once again become the bottom. How could Rui Butong endure this? Tan Tan staggered out and sat cross-legged beside Chu Yang. He was unconsciously chewing a grass root in his mouth. His eyes were somewhat perplexed and scattered. It seemed as if he didn't care about the fierce battle in front of him. "Are you okay? How was it? What happened that day?" Chu Yang asked. Tan Tan looked at the void in a daze. It seemed as if he hadn't heard Chu Yang's words. A long time passed. "Senior brother." Tan Tan lowered his head and said in a low and hoarse voice, "What's wrong, Tan Tan?" Chu Yang was somewhat surprised. His heart tightened. He hadn't seen Tan Tan so listless even during the most difficult times. Moreover, Tan Tan rarely called him senior brother. He had always called him by his name. However, it proved that the matter was very serious if he had called him senior brother. And Tan Tan was very serious about it. A loud clang was heard in the field. The black saber and the black dragon sword had fiercely clashed. The sword light was like a long dragon as it soared high into the sky. The saber light was like the Milky Way as it floated in the clear sky for thousands of miles. The two men separated as soon as they came into contact. Then, the saber light and sword shadow gradually turned into a white light and a black energy and entangled together. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor had fought to their heart's content after their breakthroughs. Moreover, both of them had gradually grasped the mysteries of the Emperor-level realm. Currently, it was being further verified and consolidated. Tan Tan's complexion became increasingly gloomy under the illumination of the sword and saber's radiance. "What's going on?" Chu Yang's face slowly became serious. "Senior martial brother, have you ever felt that I was somewhat abnormal since I was a child?" Tan Tan laughed in a self-deprecating manner. His voice was so low that it made Chu Yang feel somewhat distressed. "Perhaps there are some things that are not very normal, but no matter what, you are my good junior brother, my good brother." Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "Besides, why should we care about other people's opinions when we're living in this world? Isn't living a carefree and happy life better than anything else?" Tantan had become so serious. So, Chu Yang had also become serious. Tantan's behavior was strange, but he wasn't stupid. His behavior had always been somewhat abnormal. And Tantan was also aware of this. So, it would have hurt Tantan if Chu Yang had insisted that his behavior was completely normal. "In fact, I also know that I'm abnormal, but I don't know what's going on." Tantan sighed and said, "In fact, I felt that I was somewhat abnormal since we were adopted by Master. That's because I was still an infant when Master adopted me. Master had carried me out of a cave. Later on, Master had said that I had been abandoned. But I knew that Master wouldn't have found me in that kind of cave on the precipice of a mountain if he hadn't gone there to pick some herbs to rest. Ordinary people wouldn't have left their children in that cave if they wanted to abandon them. Or they would have thrown them down the cliff. So, I wasn't abandoned. How do you know all this? Chu Yang suddenly became somewhat shocked. He had a creepy feeling. Tan wouldn't have known about these things if Ming Chao Ran hadn't mentioned them. But how did he know? Master did it for my own good. He wanted me to have a thought in my heart. He wanted me to imagine that I still have relatives in this world. Even if I hate them, it's also a kind of concern. Master had good intentions, Tan said in a low and deep voice. Chu Yang grieved in his heart. Tan's speculation was Ming Chao Ran's true thoughts. Ming Chao Ran had always quietly arranged his disciples' affairs to the best of his ability. In fact, he had already made plans for the future of the two of them more than 10 years ago. But he had never said anything about it. I didn't know at first, but I don't know what's going on these past few days. It seemed as if I had a dream. I dreamt that Master had carried me out of the cave when I was an infant. Then, we returned to the purple bamboo forest. There was a child crawling on the ground there. He was 2 years older than me, and that was you. I dreamt that you went down the mountain. Master and I were in the mountain. Master and I were being chased by Diwu Qing Ro's men. Tan's expression was very strange as he said, "This matter is very strange." Because I knew that this dream was real in the end. Because we had experienced everything after that. Chu Yang was shocked. He was dumbstruck as he looked at his junior martial brother. He had never thought that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world. This dream. I dreamt that we entered the cave for 3 days. Then, it disappeared. But I woke up and discovered that this wasn't a dream. Because I wasn't asleep. I was meditating. Tan's expression became even more strange. It seemed as if he had seen a ghost. I always knew that you were good to me. But I found out from the dream that you had been coaxing me since I was 2 years old. You always let me do whatever I wanted. Chu Yang, senior martial brother. Tan's eyes were somewhat red. I will remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life. Chu Yang opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He could only take a deep breath. Then, he exhaled deeply. He felt that his mood was violently churning. Yes, I care about Tan very much. I care about Master very much. It's like this in my previous life. It's because of Tan's accidental death and Ming Chao Ran's disappearance in my previous life that I had resolutely embarked on the ruthless sword's path of revenge. I've looked like this since I was a child. I'm very different from you. I also know that I'm very ugly. Tan chuckled. I know that I'm not good-looking. At least, I'm not good-looking in the eyes of normal people like you. But, you know, I've been thinking that I'm handsome for so many years. And it's not because I'm fooling around. It's because I really think that I'm very handsome. In fact, this kind of handsomeness carries a strong self-confidence. Moreover, no one has ever been able to attack my self-confidence. Tan mischievously laughed in a strange manner. I still think that I'm very handsome even if they curse me viciously. This isn't blindness. And it's absolutely not an illness. Tan earnestly said. It's because I truly believe that there's no second person in this world who's more handsome than me. Tan's expression was very serious. His voice was very serious. He was absolutely not joking. Chu Yang gradually became serious. Therefore, I feel that I'm different from the people of this world. Tan finally said with difficulty, I've been having this feeling recently that I don't belong to this world. This isn't my world. I'm 100 times more confident that I'm handsome, but that's because I've never looked at myself with the eyes of this world. It seems that there's something restless and awakening inside my body of late. Tan sighed in melancholy. I don't know what it is, but I can feel that it's very dangerous. If this world is not my world, then where is my world? Tan turned his head and looked at Chu Yang with his clear black and white eyes. His voice contained a sense of loss, sadness, and fear. He was afraid of the unknown. Chu Yang firmly looked at Tan, and his heart suddenly shook at this moment. That was because he had clearly discovered that there seemed to be something else in Tan's pupils. It seemed as if it was another world. Moreover, a radiant sun, a crescent moon, and specks of starlight had suddenly appeared in this vast and desolate world. Bang! Another earth-shaking sound was heard from afar. The battle between the Saber Emperor and the Sword Emperor had reached its climax. However, these two martial brothers were facing each other in silence on this side. Don't let your imagination run wild. Chu Yang patted Tantan's shoulder and comforted him. You're you. You're Tantan. You're my junior martial brother. My brother. You and I both have drifting lives. You've always regarded me as your elder brother, and I've always regarded you as my flesh and blood compatriot. Tantan, you must pull yourself together. But I can feel that it's real. It's real. Tantan somewhat helplessly looked at Chu Yang. Can you feel it? I can eat the inner cores of spirit beasts without exploding. I have a high fever that can even melt stones. But nothing has happened to me. I can't eat anything now. I can only eat the inner cores of spirit beasts. Tantan sorrowfully looked at Chu Yang. Senior martial brother, Chu Yang. Can I still be considered a human? Tantan's eyes flickered with an extremely destructive radiance. Can I still be considered a human? Chu Yang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, Tantan couldn't be considered a human in any aspect apart from his human body. But what could Chu Yang say? Don't think too much. Chu Yang turned Tantan's face around and made him look straight at him. Then, he earnestly said, Tantan, think about me. Think about your master. What would happen to us if something were to happen to you? How sad would your master be? Go and do your thing. Practice your martial arts. Don't forget that your master and master's wife have been separated for many years. So, we must fulfill our master's wish. I want to rush to the heavens. You're my brother. So, it's your responsibility to help me fulfill my wish. Chu Yang eagerly said, Tantan, you must help us. You mustn't do anything stupid. Chu Yang's heart ached as he saw the despair in Tantan's eyes. So, he had no choice but to put the blame on him in order to appease him. He would slowly think of a way later. Tantan looked at him in a daze for a long time. Then, he nodded and said, Chu Yang, I feel that I'm in danger. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you at some point. I'll leave on my own if I'm still conscious at that time. So, don't look for me. He paused and said, You, kill me if I'm no longer conscious. He looked into Chu Yang's eyes. Then, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Then, he straightened up. Senior martial brother, I beg you, promise me. If that day really comes, then kill me. Kill me. Chu Yang's entire body shook. He was dumbstruck. Chapter 569. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang forced himself to laugh twice. He wanted to force himself to sober up and calm down. However, his voice sounded as if a piece of red-hot charcoal had been stuffed in his throat. He could tell that Tantan wasn't joking. If there is a time when I am sober, I will leave on my own. Don't look for me. If there is a time when I am not sober, then tell me, kill me. If there is a time when that day comes, I beg you, kill me. Then, there was the sound of Tantan kowtowing. Chu Yang seemed to have lost consciousness for a moment. His mind was in a trance as these words and the sound of Tan kowtowing echoed in his mind. He was dazed for a while. Then, he sat down on the ground. I can kill people. I can kill everyone in the world. But how could I lay my hands on my brothers, my family? Kill you, haha. Chu Yang felt as if he was floating in the air. It was a kind of powerlessness that he had no one to rely on. He said faintly, Tantan, if you were me and I were you, would you kill me if we switched positions? Tantan was startled. How can I kill you? The same principle. How can I kill you? Chu Yang stretched out his hand and hugged his younger martial brother. He sighed and said, You are my brother. How can I kill you? Do you know how cruel your request is to me? Tantan was disappointed and frustrated for a long time. He said, But I will really hurt you. I have a feeling about this. Sometimes, when I see you, a strong impulse to kill you rises in my heart. I try to suppress it with all my might, but I can't suppress it. Stop. Don't say any more. Chu Yang calmly and resolutely said, There will never be such a day. He said in his heart, if there is a time when that day comes, I would rather be injured than you. I am your elder brother. Only I can bear it if I have to bear it. But nothing must happen to you. Tan listened to Chu Yang's resolute and decisive words, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. However, he was still somewhat startled. He wanted to say something. He wanted to talk about the matter of those 3 people who had suddenly appeared that day and had addressed him as king. But his mind suddenly began to ache again. Those fragmented images unceasingly emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown. Well, everything will pass. It's just like a nightmare. Just wake up. Chu Yang's mind was in a mess. So, he didn't notice Tan's expression. He patted Tan's shoulder and comforted him. You should eat well and sleep well for the next few days. Don't think about anything. Don't do anything. Don't practice martial arts either. That way, I won't go astray when I'm being invaded by this kind of inner demon. Tan replied with an in sound. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He was trying his best to resist the severe pain in his head. He lowered his head because he didn't want his senior martial brother to see his painful appearance. He was afraid that Chu Yang would be worried about him. Chu Yang sighed and stood up. He looked at the starry sky and asked, Master, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? He couldn't help but sigh again as he thought about it. Meng Chaoran was an indifferent person. He wouldn't care about his own life or death if he encountered such a thing. He would just do whatever he wanted. Even if such a thing happened one day, he would just close his eyes and everything would be over. This was Meng Chaoran's character. He was indifferent to the extent of passivity. However, Chu Yang was different. Chu Yang was carefree and stubborn. Since he knew about it in advance, he would do everything he could to make up for it and stop it. Even if it happened, he would only think about how to salvage it. He wouldn't do nothing. The battle between the Saber Emperor and the Sword Emperor had come to an end. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang deliberately used some moves that were mixed with the comprehension of the Great Tao in order to let the brothers who were watching the battle better understand their current state of mind. They used the surging energy and the dense Great Tao realm to let Luo Ku-di, GMO, and the others use as a reference to make a breakthrough. Finally, a loud bang was heard. A dazzling ball of light suddenly burst out. Then, it suddenly dispersed. Gu Duxing's black robe fluttered in the wind. His long sword was still in its scabbard. Dong Wushang had his black saber on his back. He was standing evenly. His 2 long legs seemed to be supporting his entire body into the starry sky. Both of them were sweating profusely. However, their eyes were full of joy. They were smiling at each other. Both of them had thoroughly stabilized their cultivation of first-grade emperor level after this battle. After all, which Saber Emperor would have a Sword Emperor who had just broken through to the first-grade emperor level when he had just broken through? Similarly, which Sword Emperor would have a Saber Emperor who had just broken through to the first-grade emperor level when he had just broken through to the first-grade emperor level? This was simply a night of miracles. GMO, Luo Ku-di, and Miao Butong were no longer unconvinced. They had also benefited a lot from watching this battle. They had already closed their eyes and sat down. They were wholeheartedly comprehending what they had just comprehended. Your saber is very strange, and your sword is very strange. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang regulated their breathing. They opened their mouths at the same time and said the same thing. Then, they laughed at the same time. You first, Gu Duxing said. Well, I can feel that your sword is full of loneliness. That is the pride and aloofness of a swordsman. It is also the pride of a sword. I understand this point. But what I can't understand the most is, why is it full of enthusiasm at the same time? Dong Wushang had some doubts. I wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation if it was only the pride and aloofness of the sword. But the level of the sword has been raised by another level after this other kind of enthusiasm has been added. What's going on? The sword is ruthless. It is also proud. Since ancient times, the sword has been the weapon of war. The ruler is warm and courteous, but he will always keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He is reclusive and unsociable. Gu Duxing slowly said, but I am a person. I am not a sword. So, I have feelings. I have brothers. I have lovers. So, I am sentimental. I separate the sword from the person. The sword is the sword, and I am me. I use the person to control the sword. So, this unique sword technique was created. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Because, when he broke through, he was still thinking about Gu Miaoling's deep love and brotherly affection. He broke through to the emperor level with this deep love. Moreover, Chu Yang had always instilled in him the idea that the person controls the sword, not the sword controls the person. So, after breaking through to the sword emperor level, he achieved the unique and aloofness of enthusiasm. This sword technique had never been seen before. Sword conception. Gu Duxing said heavily, I call this sword technique the sentimental swordsman emotionless sword. Sentimental swordsman emotionless sword? Dong Wushang muttered to himself. He seemed to have understood something. Your saber is also very different. It carries a strong aura of death after it is unsheathed, and a violent and domineering aura that wants to destroy the world. This should be the result of your saber and your body fusing into one. The saber and your aura fusing into one. However, this aura of death has a trace of vitality that is being controlled. It is this vitality that makes your saber seem alive. This feeling is very strange. Gu Duxing muttered to himself and said his opinion of Dong Wushang. This is a saber without injury. When the saber is unsheathed, there is no injury, only death. Dong Wushang repeated what he had said to Chu Yang. Finally, he said, however, I can feel that this is not the highest realm that I can reach. There are many more beyond this realm. His eyes flashed as he repeated, many more. The night was silent. Chu Yang looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Tan Tan lowered his head and sat motionless on the ground. GMO, Luo Ku-di, and Miao Butong sat for a while to comprehend. Then, they stood up and fought with each other. Then, they sat down again to comprehend, and so on. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang stood on the left and right sides of their brothers to protect them. Ao Xie Yun crazily shuttled back and forth in the mountain forest. He was desperate. He jumped down from the top of the mountain. He stepped on a few vines and grabbed them. Then, he reached the opposite side of the cliff. Then, he rolled down a gentle slope with his clothes on. Then, he jumped into the water. He had already pinched a reed in his hand before he had entered the water. He blew on the reed, and the reed became unobstructed. He held it in his mouth and floated downstream with the current. He had never thought that the opposite party would still pursue him closely after he had turned north. Moreover, the momentum of their pursuit was getting bigger and bigger. However, he also understood that the opposite party was already riding a tiger. They would not stop until he was dead. Their plan would be ruined if the Ao clan reacted. He could only escape. He could only escape and stay alive to uncover this conspiracy. He could get back the price for the people who had died. He would be wronged forever if he died. Moreover, his corpse would become a tool for these people who were chasing after him. There were no more tears in his eyes. When Du Qingyun finally pushed him out of the encirclement, Ao Xie Yun didn't have any more tears left. Qinzhan had died in battle a month and a half ago. Qinzhan had only said a few words when Ao Xie Yun and Du Qingyun had risked their lives to escape with Qinzhan. Young lord, you must survive. Then, he had struggled down from Du Qingyun's back and had rushed towards the enemy. He had only blocked the enemy for less than a blink of an eye in the end. However, that old man had given everything he had. Du Qingyun had then taken him to escape. Du Qingyun had imparted his experience of escaping to him whenever he had free time within a month. In particular, he had imparted his experience of escaping to Ao Xie Yun. He had imparted to Ao Xie what he needed to pay attention to, how to make sure that the enemy couldn't find him, how to make use of the grass and trees around him. Du Qingyun had a premonition that Ao Xie Yun wouldn't live for long at that time. So, he had imparted all of his life's experience to Ao Xie Yun. Then, Ao Xie Yun had made the decision to take him and escape. He had used his own life as a tool for Ao Xie Yun to experiment with these experiences. In the end, this venerable old man had pushed Ao Xie Yun with a loud laugh when he had died. He had exhausted all of his martial power to push Ao Xieyun out. Then, he had thrown Ao Xieyun out. Then, he had rushed towards the swarm of enemies while laughing heroically. His last words had resounded in the night sky. Ha ha, I'm relieved. Please recommend me. I'm a bit sad. I said that I would break out at 8,000 points yesterday. However, I haven't reached 8,000 yet. Brothers and sisters, do your best. Chapter 570. The rims of Ao Xieyun's eyes turned red as he thought of this. The people who had been protecting him had died one after another. Now, he was the only one left. He had thoroughly lost everything he could rely on. His clan was too far away. He was only one person at the moment. He was only Ao Xieyun. He wasn't the Grand Duke of Ao clan. He wasn't the #1 expert of the younger generation. He wasn't that distinguished and elegant Grand Duke Xia either. He was only a person who was being chased and fleeing. There were thousands of people behind him. Thousands of experts were chasing him and intercepting him. They wanted to kill him. Ao Xieyun had unearthed all his potential in this extremely bad situation. Du Qingyun had sacrificed himself heroically for 15 days. Ao Xieyun had wanted to cry countless times in these short 15 days. But he knew that he couldn't cry. The smell of his tears couldn't be concealed from Du Shao, who was from the Poison Spirit clan. He could only abandon everything, including grief and anger, and escape with all his strength. He had to use all his wisdom to carve out his own path of survival. These 15 days had felt like 15 years to him. In fact, it had felt even longer than 15 years. He had self-taught himself how to run with all his strength. He had also learned how to hide his body odor and sweat. He had also learned how to use a small blade of grass to cover his entire body. He had also learned how to use the special features of mountains and rivers. He had also learned how to use the refraction of sunlight to create the illusion of his own invisibility. So, he had escaped from the encirclement. These were all things that he would never have dreamed of before. He now knew that Ao clan was the #1 clan. But it still couldn't scare people. Ao clan was nothing special. And he was nothing special either. Ao clan had been destroyed. And it had also been reduced to rubble. So, he would have also become a stinky piece of land if he had died. He would have been no different from a beggar who had to kneel at the feet of others every day. Everyone was equal in front of the urn. This sentence had suddenly come to realization when he had written it here. Ao Xieyun had been besieged and chased more than 100 times in these 15 days. He had thought that he would die dozens of times. But he had managed to escape by the skin of his teeth every time. He had finally felt a sense of safety in the depths of his heart as he felt the warm and cool river water wrapping around his battered body. However, this sense of safety couldn't withstand a single blow. At this moment, he finally had time to think about some things. Ao Xieyun recalled the deaths of Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan in the end, and grief welled up in his heart. Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan shouldn't have died so early, but they still chose to die. Why? Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan knew that they were going to die this time when the enemy was still pursuing them on a large scale. Therefore, they wanted to promote Ao Xieyun's growth one last time before they died. After all, the escape of 3 people was not as small a target as a single person. Everything would be fine as long as Ao Xieyun could escape. However, with the 2 of them by his side, even if Ao Xieyun didn't want to rely on them at all, they were still an invisible form of support. He can't unleash his potential. That way, when the enemy really chased them to the end of the line, everything would be over. Therefore, Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan began to sharpen Ao Xieyun through actual combat and autonomous escape. As long as Ao Xieyun could comprehend it and grasp its true essence, his chances of escaping alone would be 10 times greater than the 3 of them together. Therefore, Du Qingyun had chosen to die when there was no need to sacrifice himself. Only leave the young lord behind. We're disloyal if we abandon you when there's hope, but we're even more responsible if we abandon you to die when there's no hope. We'll use our hot blood to burn your soul. We'll use our life and death to unleash your potential. These were words that the 2 old men hadn't said and wouldn't have said, but Ao Xiaoyun had heard them from his own heart. Tears silently slid down and melted into the water. Ao Xiaoyun dared to shed tears only on such a night and in such an environment. Even shedding tears had become a luxury in this kind of escape. The river water was gushing. Ao Xiaoyun was trying his best to relax his body. He was trying his best to heal his injuries and to recover every bit of his physical strength. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. Ao Xiaoyun immediately held his breath, and his body silently slid down the river. His toes stiffened, and he seemed to have touched a big rock at the bottom of the river. Ao Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat, and he silently floated over. He stretched out his hand, and there was indeed a big rock in the water. Moreover, there was a small empty space below it. The river water had formed a whirlpool there, and it continued to flow downwards. Ao Xiaoyun carefully controlled himself. He made full use of the impact of the water flow to squeeze his body under the big rock with great difficulty. He carefully extended his reed pipe out of the water and stopped moving. As the river water continued to flow downwards, he would reach the shallow water sooner or later. If he was discovered, he would die without a doubt. Moreover, the sun was about to rise. Once the day came, he would be a live target in the river water. He had just hidden himself when suddenly, there were a few whooshing sounds, and a few people landed on the shore. Following that, the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard. There were at least a few dozen people here. Did you discover anything? A low voice asked. This voice had passed through the water and had reached Ao Xiaoyun's ears. It sounded quite strange, but Ao Xiaoyun still recognized whose voice it was. Black Devil. It was the voice of the young Black Devil. Sure enough, you are here. Ao Xiaoyun secretly clenched his teeth under the big rock. However, he didn't dare to move. In fact, he even controlled his heartbeat and pulse to slow down. Now, these life and death enemies were right above his head. He would have no way out if he was discovered. I didn't discover anything, another person replied. His voice was full of suspicion. Ao Xiaoyun could imagine this person's frowning and bewildered appearance even though they were separated by the river water. Odu Xiao. Ao Xiaoyun's heart was spasming under the water. He roared. This was his former friend and companion. Didn't you say that it was foolproof? How long has it been? Another voice snorted. Meng Luo. This matter is indeed very strange. I used to sprinkle some 1,000 days scars on Ao Xiaoyun's body every once in a while when we were together. It wasn't as exaggerated as 1,000 days, but that smell wouldn't disappear for a year. And that smell couldn't be smelled by other people. We used this smell to kill all of their people during this time. So, how did Ao Xiaoyun suddenly lose this smell? Odu Xiao suspiciously said. Ao Xiaoyun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood underwater. Everything is because of me. Odu Xiao has been preparing to deal with me since a long time ago. He has been scheming for a long time. It's no wonder that he has always been able to coincidentally bump into me at any place. Then, we would do some things together. I had always thought that I was destined to meet him. Moreover, Odu Xiao had been very sincere at that time. He had always followed my lead. He had always been considerate of me. Therefore, I would always call him whenever something good happened. For example, that gambling on MT Dingjun. I lost that gambling. But I had done it out of kindness. So, there's no doubt about it. Who would have thought that all of this would lead to a merciless pursuit? And all of these coincidences and all of these accurate pursuits. The root of all of this lies in Odu Zhao's words. Sprinkle some 1,000 days scars on my body every once in a while. It's because of me. I've always harmed them. Ao Xiaoyun's remorseful heart was bleeding whenever he thought about how the pursuers would quickly catch up with him every time he tried to escape. Why didn't I think of this earlier? He then heard a voice from above. You're worthy of being called the poison spirit. Ao Xiaoyun is very lucky to have a friend like you in this generation. I presume that Brother O has also flattered Ao Xiaoyun a lot, right? Haha, Ao Xiaoyun has always been conceited about his wisdom and strategy. But I didn't expect that Brother O would play with him in the palm of his hand for so many years. Brother O is indeed a genius. This voice was somewhat rampant. It was the voice of the two clans' young clan lord, Tu Qian Hao. Odu Zhao's somewhat angry voice said, "Nonsense. Who wouldn't guard against each other at our level and status? Our entire clan might be destroyed if we make a careless move. Who would dare to act rashly? You only know that I secretly attacked Ao Xieyun. Does Ao Xieyun really regard me as a brother?" He angrily said, "How many people would dare to show their backs to the other person even if we are standing together now?" Tu Qian Hao, what do you mean by this? Tu Qian Hao snorted. He was about to speak when Ming Luo hurriedly interjected, "Brother O's actions are understandable. After all, everything is for the clan. Besides, it was Brother O's unintentional act back then that allowed us to hunt him down so smoothly this time. At the very least, you've made a great contribution." Tu Qian Hao didn't speak anymore. Ao Xieyun gently sighed at the bottom of the water. Then, he laughed at himself. "Oh Du Xiao, I don't regard you as a real brother. But there was a time when I genuinely wanted to marry you. But Ao Xieyun has disappeared now. Brother O understands this 1,000 days mark the best. So, you might as well speculate under what circumstances this 1,000 days mark will disappear." Odu Xiao said from above. He would have had to stay in the water for at least a day in order to get rid of the smell of the 1,000 days mark. That's because this smell has penetrated deep into his skin, and it has already fused with his own smell. There's another possibility, and he would have stayed in the water and let the clear water isolate the spread of the smell. Ao Xieyun didn't have time to soak in the water for a day during our pursuit. According to the various traces, Ao Xieyun should have fallen into the water after rolling down the hillside. There's a river here, and Ao Xieyun should have been in the river. That's why I've lost my senses. Ao Xieyun's heart fiercely jumped underwater. His face turned deathly pale. His lumbar spine felt uncomfortable and stiff after sitting for 7 or 8 hours. "I'll go out and find a massage therapist. I only need 30 votes to reach the top. Brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand. Thank you." Chapter 571. This river is so wide and so long. Do you want all of us to jump into it to look for him? It was Tu Qian Hao's voice again. However, Ao Xieyun almost wanted to jump out and kiss him when he heard this voice. "Of course, I won't let all of you jump into it to look for him," Odu Xiao said confidently. "It's just a river." Ao Xieyun would have dived down with the current if he had jumped into it. He would have been able to escape our encirclement with the fastest speed. It hasn't even been half an hour since he jumped into the river. Therefore, he can't have gone far. Let the people downstream use a fishing net to catch him. Pay attention at all times. He won't have anywhere to hide as long as daybreak arrives. Moreover, I'll use poison to chase him down for 50 kilometers in the water. Then, I'll catch him." Odu Xiao smiled confidently. Ao Xieyun won't be able to escape 50 kilometers under the water in his current state. 50 kilometers under the water? Everyone asked. "Use 1,000 souls perish and scatter." Odu Xiao said word by word. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they heard this name. Then, they drew back a few steps in succession. The 1,000 souls perish and scatter was one of the most vicious poisons of the O clan. Its might was so great that it could be compared with the strongest plague. Odu Xiao cautiously put on deerskin gloves. Then, he circulated his qi. Then, he suddenly jumped up and jumped into the river. His body was in midair. Then, he sprinkled a gray fog from his hands, and it spread across the entire river. The gray fog drifted down. Ming Luo shook his hand, and the rope tied to Odu Xiao's waist suddenly tightened. Odu Xiao borrowed this pulling force and flew back. The gray fog had already touched the river's surface. An unbelievable scene appeared in front of everyone the next moment. The river water suddenly surged like a boiling pot. Countless big and small fishes fiercely struggled and floated to the surface of the river. Then, they turned over their white bellies and became motionless. The fishes on the river's surface continued to float up and down as the river water rushed down. The grass by the riverbank turned black and turned to ashes. This kind of poison spread all the way down, and the river was filled with floating corpses of fish, water snakes, water prawns, and other creatures. It was unknown how long the white flowers stretched. Even in the middle of the night, it was still eerie and terrifying. Everyone was speechless for a moment, frightened by the cruelty of this vicious woman. The thousand souls perishing dispersion was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regardless of whether it was an animal or a plant, it could poison them all. This is called thousand souls perishing dispersal. In the water, and with this current, it can only maintain the poison for a distance of 100 li. After that, it will disappear. Odu Shao insipidly said, if this poison were to be released in a densely populated inland area and released at a high altitude, it would make both humans and animals within a radius of 1,000 miles to go extinct. Everyone's complexion changed. They had clearly imagined the scene of Odu Shao using this poison in their own clans. Odu Shao swept his eyes around, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Tu Qianhao and said, for example, Brother Tu's clan is surrounded by mountains. It's very suitable for this thousand souls perishing dispersion. Tu Qianhao's complexion changed. He took a step back and said in a dense manner, but my two clans' mountain forest has many corpses with evil intentions buried there. Odu Shao burst into loud laughter. Everyone else looked at the floating corpses of fishes and prawns in the river and felt a chill run down their spines. The O clan is indeed a dangerous clan. The river water rushed down and washed away the corpses of fishes and prawns. However, more and more corpses of fishes and prawns were piling up downstream. Ao Xiayun will undoubtedly die if he escapes from this river. Odu Shao smiled with a cruel and ruthless look in his eyes. He thought in his heart, Ao Xiayun, how can I get rid of the guilt in my heart if you don't die? He and Ao Xiayun were on good terms, but he was far more eager to frame Ao Xiayun than anyone else. This was the reason. This was also the mentality of a traitor. Many people found it strange. They couldn't understand why a loyal subordinate would betray him so thoroughly. In fact, it was to the point of madness. Don't tell me that he doesn't care about our old friendship. It's because I've betrayed you. So, I'm even more irreconcilable than an ordinary mortal enemy. My heart won't be at ease if you don't die. It's because our old friendship is unforgettable that I've betrayed you even more thoroughly. This has nothing to do with the heart, but it has everything to do with the person. Therefore, the closest friend is the most dreadful enemy. These words weren't false at all. You'll always have the opportunity to twist and turn when your enemy tries to deal with you. But you'll be consigned to eternal damnation once your friend changes. Ao Xiayun was sweating all over even though he was at the bottom of the river. His position was parallel to Odu Zhao's on the shore. Odu Shao had sprinkled the poisonous fog far away from his body. However, Ao Xiayun had managed to escape this calamity even though it was only an arm's length away from him. Ao Xiayun looked at the fishes and prawns that were 3 feet away from him. They floated up and got washed away by the water. Ao Xiayun kept his mouth shut and swallowed his saliva. Ao Xiayun stayed at the bottom of the river. Odu Shao and the others were on the shore. They were only 20 or 30 feet away from each other. But no one could see each other. The sky had finally brightened. Everyone who had participated in the hunt for Ao Xiayun immediately got into action. Odu Shao looked up and down, and his brows wrinkled even tighter. There's no smell on the other side of the river, and there's no trace of him either. This means that Ao Xiayun has escaped to this place and disappeared. Ao Xiayun should be hiding in this river if I'm not mistaken. But there's no movement in the river even though we've sprinkled such a large amount of thousand souls exterminating powder. We've confirmed that there's no discovery downstream. And Ao Xiayun isn't within 100 miles of here either. But there's no trace of him on the other side. In that case, Ao Xiayun's only hiding place was this river. We've reached a certain position in the river from the place where we're standing. There's no doubt about this. Odu Shao insipidly said, the sky has brightened now. So, we can send everyone into the river to look for him. And we'll leave an expert on standby every 100 feet on the shore. We must dig Ao Xiayun out even if we have to overturn this river. Ao Xiayun's heart turned cold. He thought, I've finally reached this desperate situation. Chu Yang and his brothers had just set out when dawn had just broken, and the red sun had risen from the east. Everyone's divine light had converged after a few days of settling down, and they were full of energy. Even the sullen Tantan had returned to his original state, and the reason why they had woken up so early this time was because of Tantan. It was because Tantan had finally recovered. Moreover, he had made a ruckus while he had recovered. It was because Tantan had woken up from his watertight sleep, and he had suddenly discovered that he was normal again. So, he had wanted to laugh at everything he had seen, and he had especially wanted to laugh at GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong. Moreover, that nightmarish image in his mind had never appeared again. That inexplicable neurotic feeling had also never appeared again. This was simply great news for Tantan. He had stared blankly for a while when he had first discovered this. Then, he had finally come to his senses. He grabbed Rue Butong, who had been living in the same tent as him, and was now walking past him. Am I handsome? I've been silent for so many days. Am I handsome? Rue Butong, who had been frowning and feeling extremely depressed, immediately knelt down with a plop sound. Then, he said with a mournful face, Master Tan, please spare me. I'm so depressed that I want to bang my head against the wall. Therefore, Tan walked out of the tent and rushed into GMO and Luo Kudi's tent without saying anything. He should have rushed into Chu Yang's tent, but he had a very serious conversation a few days ago. So, Tan was a little embarrassed to do so. Therefore, he rushed into the tent. Early in the morning, he grabbed the two people who were sleeping like dead pigs and threw them out of the tent. Then, he winked at the two naked young men. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? You two, tell me. GMO and Luo Kudi exploded on the spot. They had been sleeping soundly when their quilts had suddenly disappeared. Both of them were used to not sleeping soundly. So, they were so scared that they couldn't get up in the morning. Both of them screamed and jumped up at the same time. Both of them covered their private parts with their hands. They looked up in a panic and rage. They only saw two eyebrows fluttering in the wind. Then, they heard a voice that was a mixture of a duck's voice and a wolf's howl. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Am I handsome? They were so angry that they were hovering between life and death. I'll make you handsome. The two young masters rushed over with their buttocks naked. The two middle-grade king-level experts joined hands and overturned the unprepared Tan to the ground. Then, they punched and kicked him. Tan screamed loudly. How could he have imagined that he would encounter such abuse when he had come to ask a question in high spirits? The commotion was too big. So, Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang rushed out of their tents at the same time. Then, they identified the direction and rushed into GMO and Luo Kudi's tent. What they saw made the jaws of Chu Yang, who was always calm and collected, Gu Duxing, who was always cold and sharp, and Dong Wushang, who was always as steady and majestic as a mountain, drop to the ground at the same time. Even their eyeballs almost fell out of their eye sockets and smashed onto their shoes. The tent was filled with white petals and big white buttocks. GMO and Luo Kudi were naked as they held down the well-dressed Tan. They were laughing, cursing, kicking, and beating him. This is what's going on. The three of them were shocked at the same time. They were dumbstruck at this moment. GMO and Luo Kudi screamed in fear. They quickly stood up, turned around, and found their buttocks. Then, they kicked them with a schwa sound. Tan crawled up from the ground in shame. He was quite embarrassed. He was the dignified young Master Tan. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Then, he saw Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. So, he couldn't help but move closer to him. He opened his swollen eyes and asked, Chu Yang, do you think I'm handsome today? He was suddenly shocked as he said this. Chu Yang suddenly felt his eyes become moist. He stared blankly for a long time and didn't speak. Then, he suddenly yelled and kicked this guy out. Then, he pounced on him and cursed, You bastard! I'll make you handsome. You scared the hell out of the old watermark of setting sail. He ruthlessly punched and kicked him. He didn't show the slightest mercy. However, he had finally let go of the load in his heart. Chapter 572. The World Defying the Heavens. If you like this work, please vote or bookmark it. Don't know how to vote or bookmark it? Please read the post, Let Us Dance with the Wind and Clouds, The World Defying the Heavens. Let us read this magnificent chapter together. Chu Yang had beaten him to his heart's content this time. It was really satisfying. He had vented all his worries and worries. Tantan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Next to him were 5 gloating faces. Finally, Chu Yang had vented his anger. He lifted his hand and felt refreshed. He waved his hand. Get ready to set off. The brothers seemed to have remembered something as they walked on the road. But they couldn't remember the details in a daze. After walking for a long time, Hey, second young master Luo, fifth brother Luo, I think something's wrong with you. Miao Butong finally touched his chin and remembered. Luo Kudi's face turned red. Get lost. What's wrong with me? Yes, I remember. Dong Wushang suddenly realized. It seems that fifth brother Luo is really different from others. Where is it? Luo Kudi was battered and exhausted. He repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped. Brothers, spare me. Let's not discuss this issue anymore. Let's change the topic. Let's change it. For example, GMO likes to fart when he sleeps. He snores and farts at the same time. He farts 7 or 8 times a night. GMO was furious. He blurted out, You don't have hair there. Why don't you let people talk about it? Luo Kudi suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He pointed his trembling finger at GMO in grief and indignation. You. He couldn't speak. GMO suddenly regretted. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry about this. I was careless. I said that your little bird doesn't have a look at my mouth. He closed his mouth regretfully and didn't speak. It would have been better if GMO didn't explain. This explanation made everything clear. Luo Kudi wanted to die. He looked at GMO with tears in his eyes. He spat out blood and shouted, You. I'm so angry. Everyone held their bellies and laughed. Luo Kudi was so ashamed that he almost cried. Chu Yang couldn't bear it and said, little wolf, it's nothing. Azure dragons have existed since ancient times. As the saying goes, the azure dragon and the white tiger are just physical abnormalities. What is there to be shy about? Besides, this won't affect anything. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Luo Kudi's ear and whispered, I heard that such a man would be exceptionally bold and powerful. Luo Kudi's face turned even redder. He suddenly shouted and said, All right, you guys don't have to laugh. Let me make it clear to you. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone felt a little regretful in their hearts. How could a brother joke about another person's flaw like this? I've realized it long ago. That's why I've never bathed with you guys. Luo Kudi said calmly, as if he was about to die a martyr's death. Other kids, 12 or 13 years old, they've already got it. But until now, I haven't. Everyone looked at him quietly, their eyes filled with shame. Besides, not only that, Boss also said that it would be more powerful this way. But I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't do it. Do you guys understand? Luo Kudi roared angrily. Little Rod. GMO lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Miao Butong stepped forward at the same time and said sincerely, Little Wolf, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have mentioned this. It's a sad thing for you. Luo Kudi smiled bitterly and said, There's nothing that shouldn't be mentioned. We're all brothers. I might as well say it out loud. After all, I can't say it in front of others. Telling you guys makes me feel more at ease. He said in a low voice, 2 years ago, my family urged me to marry my fiancée, but I made all sorts of excuses. I was afraid of harming her. After all, my fiancée is a 1 in 1,000 beauty. If she were to be with someone like me who can't do it, wouldn't it be a waste of her life? Luo Kudi smiled bitterly and suddenly said loudly, Luo Kudi, don't think that I'm a good person. When I see a beautiful woman, I want to take liberties with her. When I see a brothel, I want to go in and take a look. When I see something fun and valuable that others don't have, I want to snatch it. but I won't do something that harms the life of an innocent person. This is the happiness of a woman's generation. If I can't give it to her, I won't marry her. If I'm normal, I'll definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if I have 8 or 10 wives, I won't find it too much. The men out there are fighting and killing every day, and all of them are dead. Don't tell me that I'll let the women live like widows. But I'm not normal now, so I can't. I can't do that. I can't have a single one. Why? She's a pure and innocent girl. If she were to be with me, she would still be pure and innocent until death? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if she's a woman, she still needs to enjoy life. Why should I deprive her of the taste of being a woman? My mother once said that only a woman who has given birth to a child is a real woman. I can't let her be a woman. Why should I harm her? I Luo Kadi want my face. But my face can't be exchanged for by harming an innocent girl. Now that I've said it out loud, I don't want this face anymore. When I return to the family, I'll go and break off the engagement. I'll say that I have a lover outside. After he finished speaking, Luo Kadi stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he went limp like a deflated balloon. His whole body seemed to have lost all its energy at this moment. Gu Duxing and the others stood there in a daze. They felt that it wouldn't be good to comfort him at this time, but it wouldn't be good to not comfort him either. You don't need to care about me. Since I've said it out loud, it means that I've let it go. Motherfucker, isn't it just that I can't be a man? Luo Kadi turned his face away and laughed loudly. He said, so what if I can't be a man? There are so many eunuchs in this world. I can't be a man, but can I be a wolf for 3 days? A wolf. Ha ha ha. Even though he was laughing, his brothers wanted to cry. Including GMO, no one had thought that Luo Kadi's heart was actually hiding such deep pain. His body was obviously very healthy, but he couldn't be a man. For a man, this was simply unbearable. It was also a great humiliation. And just now, they even laughed at him. Thinking of this, Gu Duxing and the others almost wanted to slap their own mouths. Everyone turned their faces away at the same time. They couldn't bear to look at Luo Kadi's face at this time. So it's this matter. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Little wolf, if you had said it earlier, you would have probably hugged your baby by now. Motherfucker, I thought it was some serious illness. So it's this. Sigh. It's as easy as lifting a finger. The first to react wasn't Luo Kadi. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others gathered around with a swoosh. They were extremely excited as they asked, Boss, you have a way? Of course I have a way. Chu Yang raised his head proudly. Not only do I have a way, but I can also make the little wolf more ferocious. Humph, originally, I could also help the few of you improve your abilities at the same time. It's just that you were laughing at your brothers just now. Hee hee, you know. Boss, you won't, right? GMO and Wei Butong screamed miserably. They cried out pitifully. Don't. Woo, motherfucker. Luo Kadi's miserable atmosphere suddenly disappeared. He howled like a wolf and jumped like a tiger. He jumped over. Boss, old man. You are my biological father and my second parent. You are the light of my life. The son of spring, the son of summer, the son of autumn, and the son of winter. Oh, really? Can it really be cured? You don't believe me? Chu Yang squinted his eyes. I believe. Oh, dear old man. Quickly give it to me. I can't wait any longer. Luo Kadi jumped up high. I'll go back and get married. Motherfucker, I suddenly want to compose a poem. Compose a poem? GMO and the others were shocked. This guy's change was too fast, right? Yes, compose a poem. Luo Kadi nodded affirmatively. He said excitedly, I've been raising this spear for more than 10 years. Besides peeing, I've done nothing else. Today, I've finally found an advantage. With a plop, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang fell to the ground due to this powerful poem, even with their mental fortitude and cultivation. Their mouths were crooked and their eyes were slanted. Their whole bodies were spasming. As for GMO and Rue Butong, they were practically worshipping it. Second young Master Ji cheered and gave a thumbs up. Good. Miao Butong prostrated himself in admiration. This is really good. Tan Tan raised his eyebrows and moved closer. I also want to repent. Get lost. Chu Yang's whole body was spasming. He kicked this troublemaker away. Old man, that medicine. Luo Kudi finally finished his intoxication. He moved closer and revealed a flattering smile. Chu Yang knew that Luo Kudi was playing around, but he was more nervous than anyone else in his heart. He was more worried about personal gains and losses than at any other time. He was only using a forced smile to show that he didn't care. But, in fact, he was extremely concerned in his heart. Although he was smiling and playing around, his eyes were filled with intense anxiety. Even his pupils were somewhat dilated. His fingers were trying hard to control them to the point that they were almost stiff. But they were still slightly trembling. I can't make any more jokes at this time. I'm Luo Kudi's only hope right now. I'm afraid that Luo Kudi will collapse if I even frown. Chu Yang reached into his bosom. In fact, he had reached into the tribulation space and took out a bottle of lust dragon's blood. He held it in his hand and solemnly said, Wolf Cub, you can be cured if you drink this bottle of medicine. But I have to remind you of something. Big brother, please say it. Luo Kudi saw Chu Yang's serious expression. So, he couldn't help but become serious as well. It doesn't matter what happens to you. As long as you're still with us, there's no such thing as losing face between us. And I won't allow my brothers to feel inferior in front of each other. That will make us uncomfortable. Chu Yang deeply said, Your embarrassment is our embarrassment. Your humiliation is our joint humiliation. So, we'll face it with you no matter what happens. Luo Kudi's lips trembled. He didn't speak, but he tightly bit his lips. Drink it. Chu Yang handed over the lust dragon's blood. Luo Kudi looked at this small bottle with mixed feelings in his eyes. Then, he finally received it with trembling hands. He pulled out the cork, turned around, covered his face with his hand, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he put down his sleeves and wiped away the 2 drops of tears that had just fallen from his eyes. No one saw it. He was somewhat embarrassed. So, he turned his head to look. He saw that Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Terry Butong had their backs to him. Their foreheads were gathered together, and they seemed to be discussing something. They didn't seem to be paying attention to him. Second update. I'm going out to eat now. I swear to God that I won't drink alcohol. I'll write the 3rd and 4th updates as soon as I come back. Everyone, vote for me first. Vote for me first. Vote for me first. Vote for me first. Chapter 573. The efficacy of the medicine was very obvious. Of course, the main reason was that Chu Yang didn't have any experience with this kind of treatment. So, he wasn't sure about the efficacy of the medicine. He was afraid that it wouldn't be effective if it was too little. Therefore, he poured a big bottle of lust dragon's blood into it. This was too much for second young Master Luo's so-called illness. In Luo Kudi's case, 1 mouthful of lust dragon's blood was enough. But he drank a whole bottle. The consequences were obvious. Second young Master Luo was afraid that he would waste the medicine's efficacy. So, he immediately circulated his martial power to dissolve the lust dragon's blood. He only felt a little hot at first. Then, his lower body gradually reacted. He was pleasantly surprised. Second young Master Luo was somewhat flabbergasted when he stopped his martial power after half an hour. He stood up straight. He saw a bulging tint in his crotch. It was protruding very high. Luo Kudi felt that he was about to explode, but he was very happy in his heart. He was extremely happy. Motherfucker, I'm old. He didn't know what had happened to him when he was 13 years old, and Big Brother Luo Kuwu had caught him red-handed. So, he had been unable to recover from that setback. His heart had been tangled up until now. He only knew that he had a strange illness that he couldn't recover from, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. It was embarrassing, but the medicine had cured him now. Luo Kudi felt that he would be happy even if he had to hold this tint for a lifetime. Second young Master Luo held the tint and jumped 50 feet high. Then, he laughed heartily. Bang, 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 bang. Second Master Luo is about to open. This was no longer the howl of a vicious wolf. Instead, it had turned into the howl of a pervert. Everyone spurted out their saliva in unison. Second young Master Luo strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He walked with a majestic gait. He was radiating a heroic aura as he walked in the front, and he kept singing along the way. All the brothers raised their eyebrows. Chu Yang didn't dare to utter a word. He could also see that this guy had taken too much of it. Perhaps this guy would have to hold on for several days if he couldn't release it immediately. But how can I release it now? Minister Chu looked around. However, he couldn't find even a female mouse. We'll reach the Black Water River if we walk forward for another 50 miles. Gu Duxing was familiar with the terrain. We'll reach the O clan after we cross the Black Waters River. In other words, we'll be going to the Xie family soon to rest and have a good sleep. Black Water River? Chu Yang's feet didn't even touch the ground as he fled. So, how could he have paid any attention to the Black Water River? Moreover, he had taken a different route at that time, so he had never seen him. Heishui River. The entire riverbed is black, so the river water looks black. That's how it got its name. The river is 5 miles wide, and the current is very fast. Gu Duxing smiled and said, "But the fish in the river are very delicious. Boss, why don't you give it a try?" Well, even someone like you, who has never had any desire for good food, said that it was delicious. I must try it. Chu Yang nodded. The group of people chatted and laughed, casually walking towards the Black Water River. After walking for more than 30 miles, they could already faintly hear the sound of water. Suddenly, Chu Yang furrowed his brows and muttered, "Something seems to be wrong." Tan Tin raised his nose and sniffed the air. He was also somewhat surprised. After walking for a while, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang stopped at the same time. Something is very wrong. Why does it feel like a storm is coming? It's not a suppression. It's the aura of death. Tan Tan sniffed again and said while shaking his eyebrows, "There seems to be a situation in front." Dong Wushang muttered, "Didn't we just get rid of a group of ambushers? How come there's still more in front?" Everyone had extraordinary spiritual sense. So, they immediately concealed their figures and cautiously sneaked forward. Suddenly, the front widened, and everyone's complexion changed as they saw it from afar. They saw that there was a layer of white corpses of fishes and shrimps in the underbrush on the shore. These corpses had been intercepted by the aquatic plants on the shore. There are so many dead fishes. Could it be that the O clan used poison techniques in the water? GMO murmured to himself. There were also many people standing on high ground and watching covetously. Some people seemed to be looking for something in the river upstream. What's going on? Gu Duxing looked with his sharp eyes. These people have their faces covered. It seems that they are looking for something, or searching for someone. Ao Xie Yun. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's eyes flashed as they recalled this name. Those people of the O clan had ambushed Ao Xie Yun, and they had seen such a big lineup here. It was obvious that they had come across a trap to deal with Ao Xie Yun. Or, it could be said that this was a battlefield. Save? Or not? Everyone's gaze looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang muttered to himself irresolutely. He had only met Ao Xie Yun once. So, his impression of him wasn't very good, but it wasn't very bad either. However, one thing was certain. The 3 heavens would fall into chaos if Ao Xie Yun died here. Why did the O clan want to deal with Ao Xie Yun? Chu Yang muttered to himself and asked this question. It seemed as if he was asking himself, look at this situation. How can the O clan have such a big lineup? At least 3 clans have joined hands. So, why did these clans want to kill Ao Xie Yun? Could it be that something big is going to happen in the 3 heavens? Gu Duxing muttered. Chu Yang insipidly replied, "What big thing can happen in the 3 heavens? The matter of the northern wilderness has just ended, and the 3 Stars Divine clan still hasn't made any move. In fact, they have become even quieter. So, nothing big will happen in a short time." Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind. But the one who dealt with Ao Xie Yun is the O clan. And the O clan has recently offended us the most. We aren't big shots, but we represent the big clans. Could it be that? Could it be that the O clan dealt with Ao Xie Yun in order to shift the blame to us? Dong Wushang's mind turned very quickly. So, he immediately asked, "There's such a possibility." Chu Yang pondered. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go over. Firstly, we have to hurry on our journey. Secondly, we can't look on with folded arms if this is the case. But everyone should pay attention. Firstly, there's no harm in stretching out your hand if you can. But don't force yourself if you can't." Chu Yang's eyes were fixed on the silhouettes that were constantly flashing in the distance. The enemy's strength is too strong. They have more than several hundred people at present. The 7 of us aren't enough to be swallowed by the enemy. Yes. The brothers agreed in succession. The plan had been decided. So, everyone immediately set into action. They were about to rush out when Chu Yang stopped them. "We are separated from them by a river. This isn't a good thing. We must find a way to cross the river first." "How do we cross the river?" "Tantan, Butong, you two will walk in front. We will cover our faces and follow behind you as subordinates. We will cross the river directly." Chu Yang's mind turned as he said, "These people are carrying out such an important robbery. So, they certainly won't cause any side issues. We will be able to attack or retreat as long as we cross the river. We will have the initiative in our hands." Good idea. Everyone was extremely daring. So, they immediately acted according to his words. Meng Luo was in charge of this section of the lower reaches of the river. The Meng clan's strength had been greatly damaged. Moreover, it had a notorious reputation. So, he naturally didn't have a share in the upper reaches of the river where Ao Xieyun could be caught. After all, catching Ao Xieyun was related to the division of the hegemonic forces in the future. It would be a great merit. So, how could such a good job fall into the hands of the Meng clan who had fallen into the water? Therefore, the Meng clan was in charge of the longest section of the river. The entire lower reaches of the river were under the Meng clan's jurisdiction. However, everyone knew that this section was also the one with the least hope of catching Ao Xieyun. Meng Luo hung his head dejectedly. His face was gloomy as he sat on a stone by the river. He was swinging the whip in his hand. He was obviously very dissatisfied with this arrangement. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He was in the middle of letting the people of his clan search the river. Suddenly, a long and loud cry was heard from the opposite side. This long and loud cry was extremely strange. It sounded as if a hungry wolf was howling towards the sky. But it also sounded as if thousands of male ducks were crying together. Everyone who heard this long and loud cry shivered in unison regardless of their level of martial power. They weren't shaken. Instead, they were frightened. What kind of freakish monster can issue such a cry? It's simply a nightmare. Meng Luo suddenly stood up and saw that a few people's silhouettes were coming over from the opposite side of the river. They were neither fast nor slow. The ones in the lead were 2 strange-looking youths. Behind them were 5 people. All 5 of them were dressed in black and had their faces covered. Their loose black robes made them look like 5 ghosts as they floated over without their feet touching the ground. Meng Luo's pupils shrank. Powerful. He clearly felt an intense murderous aura from the bodies of these 7 people. Moreover, they had an overbearing aura of disdain for the common people. There must be some experts among them. Those people had already arrived at the riverside while he was thinking. They didn't even think about it. They waved their hands and broke a big tree by the riverside from its roots. Then, it fell into the river. They are getting ready to cross the river. Meng Luo became somewhat angry. Don't you see that I'm guarding this place? You didn't even ask me anything. You just wanted to come over? Did I give you permission to come over? He signaled with his eyes. A king-level expert of the Meng clan understood. He stepped forward a few steps and said in a loud voice, "May I ask which group of friends are you from?" The skinny monkey-like youth didn't speak, but the ghost-like youth raised his head. Then, he tilted his head and said, "Who are you? Do you think you can ask about my origin?" That king-level expert of the Meng clan felt somewhat dizzy. So, that extremely unpleasant voice was issued by this person. He felt his blood and chi surge as he listened to it at such a close distance. He's even more powerful than the legendary heavenly demons. I'm a subordinate of the Meng clan. May I ask who your excellency is? The opposite party's attitude was unyielding. So, the king-level expert of the Ming clan naturally became somewhat soft. He's from the extreme north, and he's so powerful. But I haven't heard of any big clan there. How can this guy be so arrogant? Tan Tan let out a strange laugh. His voice made people unable to swallow anything for 3 days after hearing it. Ming clan? How come I haven't heard of it? He looked around as he spoke. Then, he raised his nose and asked, Ichiong, have you heard of it? What? Huh? Chapter 574. Chu Yang almost wanted to kick this bastard into the river. He dares to call me by my nickname? And he calls me Ichiong in a strange way? He is asking for a beating. However, the current situation was special. So, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and say, I heard that there is a Ming clan in the upper 3 heavens. And this clan is quite big. So, these people in front of us are probably from that clan. Oh, ahem. Tantan strangely laughed and said, So, they are from the upper 3 heavens? No wonder I haven't heard of them. Ichiong, this is the first clan from the upper 3 heavens that we have seen since we came down. The complexion of the king-level expert of the Ming clan was deathly pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. He had almost collapsed after being bombarded by this extremely powerful voice. Meng Luo's eyes brightened. A person from the upper 3 heavens? It seems that his status isn't low. The person beside him was a 3rd-grade emperor-level expert of the Ming clan. He had a serious expression on his face as he whispered, Young lord, this person seems to be from the upper 3 heavens. Meng Luo rolled his eyes and said in his heart, Do I need you to tell me this? I have already said it myself. Moreover, the people around him are experts. In particular, the sword energy and saber energy had soared to the sky. I'm afraid there is at least one sword emperor and one saber emperor among the black-clothed people around him. Sword emperor and saber emperor? Meng Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Moreover, the cultivation of the person who is speaking beside him isn't revealed. So, I can't see the depth of his cultivation. Meng Luo was shocked. How could he not know what Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor meant as a direct descendant of a top-notch clan in the upper 3 heavens? There were indeed many Emperor-level experts in the upper 3 heavens. At the very least, Meng Luo knew of the existence of a 7th-grade Emperor-level expert. However, there wasn't a single pure Sword Emperor or Saber Emperor. There were similarities between fists and palms. And there were also similarities between sabers and swords. As for other weapons, soft or hard, they all had the same principles. So, they could learn from each other's strong points to make up for their shortcomings. However, that would make them appear heterogeneous and impure. They would be ordinary Emperor-level experts, even if they were to become Emperor-level. Some people would learn from each other in their early days. They would comprehend and make progress. However, they would choose one path after reaching a certain point, and they would become the so-called Saber Emperor or Sword Emperor. However, such a Saber Emperor couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as a Saber Emperor who had focused on practicing the saber since childhood. Just the dullness of this path was enough to drive any expert crazy. However, once he reached the Emperor level, his future path would be smooth sailing. Therefore, it could be said that a true Sword Emperor or Saber Emperor would at least become a Saint-level expert in the future if they didn't suffer a calamity. This was the legend of the Heavenly Layer, and also the most authoritative legend. This ugly youngster in front of me has a pure bodyguard of a Sword Emperor and a Saber Emperor? What kind of family background was this? As for the person whose cultivation level could not be determined, he should be the peerless expert who was truly protecting this duke. If he didn't make friends with such an aristocratic family now, when would he? Meng Luo hastily stepped forward. Then, he smiled in an elegant manner and said, May I ask if you are from the upper 3 heavens? May I know your surname? Smart. You have a promising future. My surname is Yi. Tan Tan burst into loud laughter. His appearance was extremely rampant. He only knew that his master's beloved wife was surnamed Yi in the upper 3 heavens. So, he only knew about this big clan. So, he naturally couldn't say anything else at this moment. So, it's Yi Gong. Meng Luo sweated again. No wonder he is so awesome and flashy. He's the Yi Gong of the number 1 aristocratic family of the upper 3 heavens. But such an aristocratic family has a 10,000-year-old inheritance. So, how could it give birth to such a repulsive person? Could it be that his parents are cousins, and that they got married? He pondered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Tan Tan snorted. Then, he pointed at Meng Luo's nose from afar. Then, he said in an insufferably arrogant manner, "Your surname is Meng?" "Yes, my surname is Meng." "Well, surnamed Meng, don't tell me that you want me to talk to you across the river? Aren't you tired?" Tan Tan's current appearance was almost as arrogant as the heavens. He was basically saying, "I will eat you. You have no choice but to obey whatever I say." This kind of attitude. He had completely displayed the tyrannical attitude of the playboy of the number 1 aristocratic family of the upper 3 heavens. This kind of performance caused GMO and Luo Kudi, the 2 great debauches, to be fearful. How could this be compared to pure talent? Only this shameless fellow would be able to do such a thing. GMO cursed in his heart. Perhaps this guy is too engrossed in his role, let alone the others. I'm afraid he's also thinking that he's the Yi clan's Grand Duke. Since that's the case, Yi Gong might as well cross the river and have a chat. Meng Luo naturally followed the good advice. He immediately made a hand gesture to withdraw his vigilance and respectfully welcomed Yi Gong to cross the river. He stepped on a big tree and floated over. The big tree extended several hundred feet above the river's surface. Then, he leaped up and crossed 300 feet. Then, he flicked his hand and shot out a branch. Then, he stepped on the tip of his foot and lightly floated to the other side of the river. He didn't even look at Meng Luo. Instead, he turned around and stood on the shore to wait for Tan Tan and the others to cross the river. It was the image of a loyal and devoted old guard. Moreover, he was the first to cross the river. And this also confirmed Meng Luo's conjecture that this was the true expert of the guards. Gu Duxing let out a shout, and his sword energy soared into the sky. He stepped on a big tree and suddenly soared up. Then, a wisp of sword light flew close to the surface of the water like a rainbow. The swords on the waists of the people of the Meng clan issued a clang sound the moment Gu Duxing's sword light shot out. It seemed as if dozens of swords had suddenly seen the supreme emperor of the sword. He's indeed the purest sword emperor. That third-grade emperor-level expert fiercely opened his mouth. Then, he closed it tightly and confirmed to himself in his heart. The saber light pervaded the air. It was mighty and overbearing. Dong Wushang followed behind. The purest saber emperor, that third-grade emperor-level expert, confirmed his conjecture once again. Then, Tan Tan and the others leisurely flew over. Everyone was silent. They looked indifferent and arrogant. In fact, they looked as if they were 1,000 miles away. However, everyone was excited in their hearts. I didn't expect that crossing the river would be so easy. Even Chu Yang was surprised. They didn't know that Meng Luo's Meng clan had become a target of scorn in the upper 3 heavens. Moreover, there wasn't a single pure sword emperor or saber emperor in the upper 3 heavens. So, this naturally made Meng Luo's imagination run wild. The appearance of sword emperors, saber emperors, and the Grand Dukes of the upper 3 heavens had given rise to a kind of opportunistic mentality in Meng Luo's heart. Who in the upper 3 heavens would dare to make a move on the Meng clan if I could climb up to the Yi clan? Even the Ao clan wouldn't dare to. Therefore, Meng Luo was afraid that the reception wouldn't be satisfactory. So, how could he have any doubts? And this peculiar phenomenon was caused by Chu Yang. He had exposed Meng Luo's devil technique on Mt. Dingjun. And this phenomenon had occurred because of this. It could be said that there was a cause before and an effect after. What are you doing here? Tan Tan came over and occupied the big stone where Meng Luo had previously sat. He stretched his legs and asked without any proper sitting posture. Well, this, I won't hide it from Yi Gong. We're here to hunt down a fugitive. Meng Luo smiled and said, this guy has committed all kinds of crimes in the upper 3 heavens. He has plundered and plundered the people's indignation. So, we had no choice but to join forces to get rid of this evildoer. Tan Tan picked his ear and said in an uninterested manner, "Fugitive? Motherfucker, the upper three heavens have disappointed me. They're so dirty that they even have a fugitive. Ichichiong, I think this Ming Clan's man is pretty good. Should we lend him a hand?" Feng Luo felt happy in his heart. Chu Yang was extremely angry in his heart, but he still put on a respectful act. This, Yi Gong, it doesn't seem to be a good idea. The clan lord had instructed us not to meddle in other people's business as much as possible before we came out. And we should go back as soon as possible after we've finished this matter. We shouldn't delay too much. Humph? Tantin flew into a rage. His eyebrows trembled up and down. Then, he jumped up from the stone and shouted, "Fuck! What's not a good idea? What do you mean meddling in other people's business? Ichiong, you're always using that old bastard to pressure me. I'm not the future clan lord, but I'm still the second master, right? Why is it that none of my words have any effect on you?" No, Tantin angrily said. "I must see what that fugitive looks like today. Yi, this is really inappropriate. You have a heavy responsibility. So, you shouldn't complicate matters." Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang tried to dissuade him. Tantin flew into a rage. He kicked Dong Wushang's body and cursed, "Fuck! I knew that you weren't convinced by me. You hit me when we were practicing martial arts the day before yesterday. So, you've come to stop me now. You don't want me to go, but I must go." Dong Wushang grimaced in pain after he got kicked. This bastard is using public office to avenge private wrongs. I kicked him a few times when we were practicing martial arts the day before yesterday. And he's retaliating at this time. You just wait. Dong Daohuang clenched his teeth in anger. Chu Yang looked at Meng Luo intently. He was clearly hinting for him to refuse. Meng Luo might have refused if they hadn't acted so pretentiously. However, Meng Luo changed his mind instead. He pretended not to see Chu Yang's expression and eagerly said, "It's great that Yi Gong is willing to help. May I know what Brother Yi has come here for? My clan barely has some power in the upper three heavens. So, I will do my best to help Brother Yi complete this important task once this matter is over." He had familiarly changed his address from Yi Gong to Brother Yi while speaking. Tan Tan was overjoyed. He looked at Meng Luo and said, "You're a good person." Meng Luo nodded again and again. He smiled and said that he didn't dare to accept the compliment. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. I've become a fucking street rat. But I've become a good person in this guy's mouth. But it's good that you think that I'm a good person. Are you relieved now? Tan Tan proudly looked at Chu Yang and Dong Wushang. Both of them made a helpless gesture. Then, they let out a long sigh and a short sigh. "Brother Yi, please." Meng Luo had such a powerful helper that no one could afford to provoke. So, he obviously wanted to snatch the credit. Why would he stay here and look at the hopeless downstream? So, he led Tan Tan up the stairs in high spirits. Several hundred people were carefully searching the river upstream. People were constantly coming out of the water to catch their breath. Then, they would plunge back into the river. The scope of the search was getting smaller and smaller. Ao Xieyun's hiding place was very close by now. Chapter 575. Meng Luo had a smile on his face as he led his 7 distinguished guests upstream in a grandiose manner. "My Meng clan will be blessed if I can befriend this Dookie from now on. Brother Yi, may I know why you have come to the three heavens this time?" Meng Luo asked while hurrying along the way. Then, he laughed out loud and said, "Of course, I'm not trying to inquire about the information of your noble clan. Besides, it would be useless even if I were to inquire about the top-secret information with my little ability, right?" "Of course." Tan Tan bared his teeth. "I know that you don't have that ability." Meng Luo felt as if he had eaten a fly. "I meant to be modest, but you've set your mind to it. There's no harm in telling you." Tan Tan spoke up. "Second young master." Chu Yang hastily pretended to be an old man and hastily reminded him, Shut up. Tan turned his head and fiercely said, "It's not up to you to tell me what to do. You just need to keep me safe."
But,
Dong Wu Shang timely interrupted.
but my ass.
Tan bluntly pointed his finger at them. "Don't tell me that you haven't seen it? Do you think that you can obstruct our Yi clan's great plan with just these few pieces of trash? Each and every one of them looks like a soft-footed shrimp. Don't tell me that you're so afraid of them?" Meng Luo's face turned black. He had already cursed Tan's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. "You motherfucker. You shouldn't insult people like this. You just slap them in the face. Motherfucker. Your Yi clan is very powerful. But you can't disregard people's face like this, right? This little guy doesn't know how to conduct himself." "Hey, you say, am I right?" Tan tilted his head and asked Meng Luo. "This guy has insulted them. And he's even asking them if I'm right. It can be said that his humiliation has reached the pinnacle. Yes, our clan is like heaven and earth compared to the Yi clan." Meng Luo's face turned black. He had almost clenched his teeth. However, he still had no choice but to swallow his blood and agree with him. Isn't it? Isn't it? You see, they've admitted that they're soft-footed shrimps. Tantan looked at Chu Yang in an insufferably arrogant manner. "What else do you have to say?" Chu Yang opened his mouth, but he eventually closed it and sighed. Meng Luo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. I curse your Yi clan's ancestral graves to emit green smoke, and your ancestors to be eunuchs for generations." However, he didn't know that no matter how he cursed the Yi clan, it had nothing to do with this infuriating second dookie in front of him. "We came here to find a ruin from 10,000 years ago." Tan clearly didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was incomparably arrogant. He had the face of a spoiled second generation at home. It seemed as if he could spill out the entire secret as soon as he opened his mouth. "These ruins are extraordinary." Chu Yang and the others coughed repeatedly. Tan choked back his words halfway. Then, he angrily spat out a mouthful of saliva. "You're really annoying." He didn't even let her finish her sentence. "What the fuck are you coughing for? The treasure map is with me, not with you. Damn it, the next time this young master comes out alone, I won't bring you guys along. Other than being a wet blanket, there's no other use." Meng Luo Exine clenched his teeth. "I can guarantee that you won't live for more than half a day and 3 days if you come out on your own. But this guy has a treasure map? A ruin from 10,000 years ago? Fuck, those ruins must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the Yi clan send people down here with their financial resources?" "There are a lot of ruins in 3 days," Meng Luo chuckled and said in a carefree manner. "What nonsense are you talking about? Is that your mouth or asterisk asterisk? Your mouth is full of shit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Motherfucker." Tan angrily berated Meng Luo. He directly cursed him. Meng Luo couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't bear it any longer and was about to turn hostile. "So," he angrily said, "do you think that the ruins you've discovered can be compared with the hidden treasure of the Tribulation Sword Master from 10,000 years ago? Eh? He abruptly closed his mouth as he spoke. It seemed as if he had discovered that he had spilled the beans. "So," he looked annoyed. "The hidden treasure of the Tribulation Sword Master?" Meng Luo's blood started to boil. He almost looked up to the sky and cheered. "I'm rich. Wouldn't it be a big harvest if I could contribute a little bit in this matter? As for being scolded, I'll just pretend that I didn't hear it. This has nothing to do with my happy mood. I'm afraid that Meng Luo is the only one who can be so happy after being so viciously insulted. Brother Yi, don't worry. Brother Yi regards me as a brother. So, I won't reveal Brother Yi's secret. Not only that, but I'll also provide Brother Yi with all the help he can get. I just want to make a sincere friend. That's all." Meng Luo straightforwardly said. "I don't want anything else. I said that you're a good person. Haha. I felt that you were pleasing to the eye as soon as I saw you. You didn't get angry when I called your mouth a asterisk asterisk asterisk. You didn't get angry either. You're such a good person. Good. This is self-restraint. Yes, self-restraint. Ah, Tan was very happy. He patted Ming Luo's shoulder as if he was patting an obedient puppy. The experts of the Ming clan exposed a faint look of humiliation in their eyes. Our young lord is being humiliated like this. What face do we have left? The corner of Ming Luo's mouth twitched again. He had just calmed down a little, but now he was fuming with anger. Did you get angry when I called your mouth a asterisk asterisk asterisk? Motherfucker. Bullshit self-restraint. I wouldn't have shown you such self-restraint if you weren't the second Duke of the Yi clan. I won't mind getting rid of you bastard when I find out the location of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure. No, I can't get rid of him. I want him to beg for death, but he can't beg for death. How about this? It's rare for you to be so obedient. I'll share some of the hidden treasure with you after I get it. Tan said in a very generous manner. He had made an empty promise in a very light manner. Then, he stroked Ming Luo's scalp with his hand and patted him to appease him. Thank you, Brother Yi. Ming Luo was overjoyed. Well, you're very obedient. He. Little Ming, work hard. I'll take you to the heavens if you're comfortable patting me. Tan squinted his eyes as he enjoyed Ming Luo's gratitude and flattery. He had given him another empty promise. Brother Yi, you're really a good person. Ming Luo felt dizzy as soon as he heard the words take you to the heavens. He was so pleasantly surprised that he almost fell to the ground. He even started to stammer when he spoke. With 1 foot high and 1 foot low, he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Rushing to the upper 3 heavens was the ambition of all the clans in the upper 3 heavens. However, it was easy to go up there. But it was extremely difficult to gain a foothold there. So, one would only end up being annihilated if they went up there without a foundation. However, it wouldn't be worth mentioning if they had the backing of the Yi clan, the ruler of the upper 3 heavens. However, these 10,000-year-old clans have never easily accepted outsiders. Could it be that I, Ming Luo, have run into great luck today? Can I realize my clan's supreme wish of rushing to the upper 3 heavens in one fell swoop? Wouldn't that mean that even the chickens and dogs have ascended to the heavens? Ming Luo will serve the young lord to the best of my ability. Ming Luo hastily made a solemn vow. Ming Luo's eyes became moist. This is a good thing that can only be encountered by luck. He had called the other party Yi Gong at first. Then, he had changed his address to Brother Yi in order to get closer to him. But he had changed his address to Young Lord when he had heard that the other party wanted to recruit him. So, he had accepted his status as a subordinate. Perhaps, he would have considered it if this had happened before. But, the Ming clan obviously didn't have a foothold in the upper 3 heavens now. So, he would have died even if he took the risk of using Ao Xiayun to create chaos. Moreover, he would have had to guard against the Ming clan burning the bridge after crossing the river. After all, the Ming Luo clan had become the target of public criticism after King of Hell Chu had leaked the evil technique. The Ming clan's evil technique would have been a big target even if the O clan, Tian clan, and the other clans managed to gain a foothold. Those guys might not necessarily have good intentions. They could have thrown their clans out to appease the public's anger and win the hearts of the people when the time came. After all, those guys weren't good men and women. Ming Luo hated King of Hell Chu to the bone as he thought of this. How could it be better than hugging such a thick thigh like the Yi family? Good boy. Tan praised him. Then, he turned his head and said, Yang, humph, what do you think if this guy follows us? Chu Yang frowned. He sighed and said, This? Second young master. This man's heart is unfathomable. I knew you wouldn't allow it. The more you don't allow it, the more I want to take him to the heavens. Tan fiercely clenched his teeth. His teeth made cracking sounds as he exhaled a fierce breath from his nostrils. Take a look at you. You don't even know how to flatter me all day long. Look at this Ming Xiao. He doesn't fight back when we hit him, and he doesn't talk back when we scold him. So, it's settled. Ming Luo was smiling in his heart. He made a solemn vow and guaranteed, Senior, don't worry. Ming Luo will do his best to assist the young lord. May I be struck by lightning if I have any disloyalty. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang frowned at the same time. What does this guy want to do? We're about to reach our destination. So, why is he boasting so much if he moves quickly? Ming Ming, humph. Tan Tan gave Ming Luo a flirtatious glance. Ming Luo immediately quivered. He thought, could it be that this second young master is homosexual? Then, should I agree, or not if he wants me to serve him in bed? Could it be that I, Ming Luo, have toyed with people for more than 10 years? But I still want to be toyed with? His heart was conflicted. He was worried about personal gains and losses. So, he couldn't help but stutter a little. Young lord, please instruct me if you have something to say. Let's take a trip to the AO clan after we're done with the matters here. I heard that there's an AO clan in the upper three heavens. It's quite big, ah? Tan Tan's nostrils were raised high. He had said the word, quite big. But he had stiffly turned it around 17 or 18 times. His contempt and disdain had involuntarily spilled out. AO clan? Meng Luo was dumbfounded. Yes, there is such a clan. He was puzzled in his heart. Why did he suddenly mention the AO clan? That's good. I thought that the rumors were wrong. Tantan nodded in a rather comforting manner. First, let's go and catch a younger brother of the AO clan. He has a pure bloodline. Then, this matter will be a little bit settled. Chapter 576. A direct descendant of the world-defying clan? Pure bloodline? Meng Luo was somewhat at a loss. He thought, isn't that Ao Xieyun? Why did he suddenly mention Ao Xieyun? I don't know what young master wants to do with the bloodline of the Ao clan. Meng Luo Xian suddenly became vigilant. You idiot. Tantan slapped him on the head in exasperation. Did you grow up eating shit? Huh. Why did I catch him if he's useless? To be his brother-in-law? Meng Luo scratched his head and felt confused. What does this mean? Let me tell you. I heard that the Ao clan occupies the dragon vein of the lower three heavens. Do you understand? There's a hidden treasure under the dragon vein. But there's a restriction in that place. So, ordinary people can't go there. However, the Ao clan has occupied the dragon vein for thousands of years. So, their pure bloodline already has the power of the dragon vein. So, they need the blood essence of a direct descendant of the Ao clan to open the seal of the dragon vein and get the treasure. Tantan continued, otherwise, that dragon vein has the restriction of the tribulation sword energy. So, even a saint-level expert can't avoid getting seriously injured if they come here. Do you understand? I'll chop off your head if you dare to tell anyone about this. So, that's how it is, Meng Luo agreed with his mouth. However, he was trying to figure out the possibility of this matter. The dragon vein does exist. The Meng clan is a clan that has occupied a dragon vein and established it. Ao clan is getting more and more powerful. And it doesn't seem to be without reason. The opening of blood essence seems to have been vaguely mentioned in the ancient legends. Could it be that this guy is telling the truth? Meng Luo Xian repeatedly thought about this. He was somewhat lost in thought for a while. Ao clan mustn't know about this matter. Tantan raised one eyebrow and raised the other eyebrow. He put on an incomparably solemn expression as he solemnly reminded Meng Luo Xian. Then, he smiled frivolously. That group of idiots has been guarding a huge treasure for more than 1,000 years. But they still don't know about it. They only think that it's an ordinary dragon vein. Ha ha ha, if I hadn't happened to obtain the treasure map this year. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others prostrated themselves in admiration. Tantan didn't even bat an eyelid. He had turned this great duke of the Ming clan upside down. Moreover, he had also devised a plan. And he had drawn the bow step by step to save Ao Xieyun. He was truly a talent. Minister Chu was ashamed of his inferiority. GMO, who had always thought that he was eloquent, was even more impressed. Damn. So, you can do things like this too. He really did not know how Tendaping came up with this idea. This was simply a stroke of genius. Why are you sighing? Why are you sighing? Tantan fiercely glared at them. You bunch of people. How can you understand my grand blueprint and my painstaking strategy? He then hugged Meng Luo's shoulder as he spoke. Then, he raised his nose and said, We've already decided to look for a helper to help us accomplish this matter after we've arrived here. Little Ming Ming is a bit slippery, but why can't we bring him back to the clan if we can do it? I'm a far-sighted person. Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. He then fanned the flames and ferociously looked at Ming Luo. You with the surname Ming, don't try to play any tricks. This old man will slaughter your entire clan if I find out that you're trying to harm the young lord. It will be as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Yes, yes. I will follow Senior's instructions. I won't dare to offend you. Ming Luo swallowed his anger and replied. He thought to himself, if one day I climb to a position higher than you, the first thing I'll do is to fire you, this unfavored old bastard. Itchy, humph. Tan Tan's eyebrows twitched. He was unable to contain his joy. You said that my father will make me the clan lord since I've quietly accomplished this important matter. Will my father make me the clan lord? Will he break my big brother's neck and throw him out? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He then stammered for a while. Then, he finally said in an honest manner, Second young master, I think you shouldn't think about the clan lord's position. Ming Luo Xian on the other side greatly agreed. He thought, can a guy like you become the clan lord of the upper three heavens? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Tan Tan suddenly flew into a rage. He was so furious that he stomped his feet and roared, Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Even a dog can do the clan lord's position. Everyone was dumbfounded. The corner of Ming Luo's mouth twitched. He thought, aren't you calling your father a dog? Why haven't they arrived yet? Tan Tan complained. Where's that scum? Hurry up and capture him. Let's get out of here. How can there be so many shitty matters? Ming Luo came back to his senses. He then made up his mind. I must do my best in this matter. And I have an opportunity to make a great contribution right now. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young lord. Ming Luo lowered his voice. This fugitive is the candidate that young lord has been looking for. He's the pure-blooded Grand Duke of the Ao clan, Ao Xieyun. Tan Tan was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Ming Luo. Then, he suspiciously said, Ming Luo, I've just said it, and you've already prepared it? You shouldn't have lied to me like this. How can there be such a coincidence? Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp, and he growled in a low voice. Do you think that I'm so gullible? Damned bastard! Ming Luo forced a smile. He wished that he could dig out his heart, liver, and lungs. Young lord, I'm telling the truth. We're searching for the young lord of the Ao clan, Ao Xieyun. Bullshit. Bullshit. Tan Tan became furious. Do you think that I don't know about the Ao clan? It's not in my eyes. But it's still the #1 clan in the upper three heavens. And you're treating the Grand Duke of the #1 clan as a fugitive? Motherfucker. You shouldn't brag like this. He fiercely put his mouth close to Ming Luo's face and sprayed his saliva on it. Take me for example. Who would dare to chase after me in the upper three heavens? Fuck me. You dared to deceive me. I'll kill you. It's true. Things are so coincidental. Young lord, you're so lucky. Ming Luo suddenly cried out in grievance. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Everyone knows. How can there be such a coincidence? Tan Tan flew into a rage. It seemed as if he had been cheated out of his money. Ming Luo, oh Ming Luo, I wanted to guide you. But I didn't expect that you would treat me as a fool. You're so good. TSK, you're playing tricks on me. Ming Luo felt so wrong that he almost vomited blood. It's true. It's true. Young lord, you can ask them if you don't believe me. However, the last bit of suspicion in his heart had vanished like smoke in thin air, along with Tan Tan's violent rage. Bullshit. They're your subordinates. What's the use of asking them? Tan Tan's face turned black. Do you want to die? His stomach suddenly rumbled as he said this. So, he couldn't help but curse, motherfucker. You've made me so angry that I'm hungry. He took out a fist-sized sparkling and translucent inner core of a spirit beast as he spoke. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't even chew it. Instead, he stretched his neck, and his neck swelled up. Then, It fell down with a do-do-do-do-do-do sound. Meng Luo's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped up in fright. His scalp felt somewhat numb. He's eating the inner core of a spirit beast? This is worthy of being the second master of the Yi clan. Motherfucker. He can even eat the inner core of a spirit beast like this? Men, kill him for me. Tan Tan roared. His eyes emitted a murderous aura. He dared to deceive me. Humph, humph, humph. I've been wronged. Meng Luo hurriedly shouted. There's a reason for this. What's the reason? Tan Tan waved his hand and squinted at Meng Luo. It's like this. I was killed by that damned king of Hell Chu at Mt Dingjun that time. Meng Luo had no choice but to tell the whole story. Later on, the O clan dealt with King of Hell Chu and led to So they chased after Ao Xieyun. Like this, everyone had a strange look on their faces after they had heard the reason. They hadn't thought that so many things, so many coincidences, the alliance of so many clans, and even the pursuit of Ao Xieyun were all because of Chu Yang. Even Chu Yang himself was stunned. Do I have such great ability? Did I make such a big impact? Fuck, how come I didn't know about this? So, that's how it is? So, this person is truly the Grand Duke of the Ao clan? That Yun? Tan Tan's face was full of disbelief. Damn it, it can't be such a coincidence, right? His eldest daughter came when he was thinking of his daughter-in-law. Could it be that this is the destiny of this king? Everyone's heart was in turmoil. They felt like vomiting. Chu Yang hadn't expected that this junior martial brother of his, who had grown up with him, would have such an ability to act. This is amazing. Meng Luo nodded again and again. He then said in a flattering manner, Yes, young lord's good fortune fills the heavens. Thousands of coincidences can only prove that young lord is very lucky. Everything is easy and effortless for you. This is a gift from the heavens. And it's also the luck that one must have in order to achieve great things. Tan Tan shook his head. He was overjoyed. He patted Meng Luo. Fuck, you're very sensible. I like it very much. Wahaha. Am I handsome? Meng Luo was startled. He hastily replied, Handsome? You can't be any more handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man in the three heavens. His heart was in turmoil. Fuck, you can even ask me if I'm handsome or not. Fuck. Wahaha. Little Ming, your words are sincere. I like wahaha. Tan Tan burst into loud laughter. Everyone was speechless. They turned their heads away one after another. Everyone had reached the bottom of the river while they were talking. Odu Xiao and the others came over to greet them. Then, he said in a bad tone, Meng Luo, what are you doing here instead of staying downstream? Who are these people? Meng Luo had a big backer now. So, how could he put these small shrimps of the three heavens in his eyes? He snorted and said, It's not up to you to tell me what kind of friends I want to make, right? Tan Tan used his finger to pick his nostril. Then, he flicked his finger, and a yellow sticky object stuck to Odu Zhao's white robe. Then, he said in a strange tone, Who's this? You don't feel at ease even after seeing this young master. Are the three heavens so unruly these days? The complexion of Odu Xiao and the others changed. They looked at Tan Tan with a bad look in their eyes. Who is this? Chapter 577. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They didn't ask about the origins of Tan Tan and the others. Instead, they turned their heads to look. Odu Xiao and the others pulled out their swords with a schwa sound. They saw the river water churning unceasingly. Then, a shadow suddenly rushed out from under the water. Suddenly, the weapons from all directions rushed over. Schwa, 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 schwa. Flesh and blood swirled in the air. That man was cut into pieces without uttering a sound. He was a revered martial artist of the Tian clan who had dived into the water. At the same time, a crashing sound was heard from another direction. Then, a figure jumped out of the water. He was holding a dazzling saber in his hand. It was the sunlight saber that he had snatched from the lower three heavens. Ao Xieyun had always regarded this saber as a treasure. He had kept it close to his body. However, he didn't use sabers. In fact, the Ao clan's secret technique was a sword. Therefore, he didn't have a chance to use it against the enemy. He was used to using a sword. So, he might as well use his bare hands against the enemy if he used a saber. Therefore, he didn't have a chance to use it. However, Ao Xieyun had no choice but to use a saber after he had been discovered under the water. That was because his sword had already been broken. Brother Ao, it's been a long time. Odu Xiao mischievously smiled. It's you. Ao Xieyun was surrounded. However, his face didn't change at all. The water droplets on his body were dripping down. He indifferently said, "Is it necessary to use such a big formation to kill me? It can't be helped. Brother Ao is the #1 expert of the younger generation of the lower three heavens. How could we catch you if we weren't cautious?" Odu Xiao laughed out loud. Brother Ao managed to escape for thousands of miles even so. This makes me admire you. Ao Xieyun looked around. Then, he faintly smiled. But, you still managed to catch me? Ao Xieyun had completely calmed down in this desperate situation. He smiled warmly. Brother Ao, can I ask you a question? Brother Ao wants to ask why I want to kill you. Odu Xiao smiled. Yes. To be honest, Brother Ao and I are very close friends. I have always regarded Brother Ao as my closest friend and brother. I wouldn't have had the heart to kill you if I didn't have a choice. Odu Xiao sighed with regret and helplessly said, Brother Ao, you're indeed a loyal and righteous man, Ao Xieyun said with a faint smile. Tianbu Hui, Tu Qianhao, and young Black Devil burst into laughter at the same time. Odu Xiao's face turned somewhat red. He forced himself to remain calm as he said, a hero is always better than a dead man. Ao Xieyun nodded and felt the same way. Brother Ao, you and I are indeed on the same page. Since that's the case, please don't make me a muddle-headed ghost, okay? Brother Ao, you're actually innocent. We didn't want to deal with you. But we had no choice but to deal with you. Who made you the Grand Duke of the Ao clan? Odu Xiao faintly smiled. How can we frame Chu Danxiong if we don't kill you? If he didn't frame Chu Danxiong, how could he have caused such chaos in the three heavens? How can we deal with King of Hell Chu, Xie clan, Mo clan, Dong clan, Gu clan, and Luo clan without causing chaos in the three heavens? Odu Xiao snorted. How can we protect ourselves if we don't deal with them? How to dominate? However, if your Ao clan doesn't make a move, wouldn't all of this be for naught? So as long as you die, won't all of these be yours? So that's how it is. Ao Xieyun nodded in understanding. It's all because of your ambition. Tianbu Hui took a step forward and said, Ao Xieyun, this Tian wanted to have a fair fight with you. No, it seems that there won't be a chance. However, Ao Xieyun slightly shook his head and calmly said, there has never been a fair fight between you and me. That's because the Tian clan has never been in my eyes. Tianbu Hui's eyes brightened. He then insipidly said, I hope that Brother Ao's tongue will still be as sharp as ever after you become a ghost. Ao Xieyun burst into loud laughter and said, I can't be sure about this. But there's one thing that's for sure. I, Ao Xieyun, won't become a treacherous, despicable, and shameless ghost even if I become a ghost. An ominous glint flashed in Tianbu Hui's eyes. He then shouted, Who will take Ao Xieyun's head for me? Meanwhile, Ao Xieyun burst into loud laughter. His heroic voice spread far and wide. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his voice. He held his saber horizontally and shouted, A good head is here. Who will take it? Tan Tan pushed Meng Luo. Meng Luo immediately understood. He jumped up and said with a smile, Brother Ao, this younger brother will exchange blows with you. The other Grand Dukes were startled. What's wrong with Meng Luo? Ao Xieyun is like a turtle in a jar. He won't be able to fly out even if you give him 2 pairs of wings. So, why should he personally take the risk in such a situation? It should be known that Ao Xieyun's cultivation was far above Meng Luo's. He was seriously injured at the moment. However, it wasn't impossible for him to take Meng Luo down with him. Ao Xieyun would go all out regardless of who would step forward at this time. The other Grand Dukes had misgivings about this. So, they hadn't personally gone into action. However, they hadn't expected that Meng Luo, who had always been calm, would jump out like a hothead. Meng Luo laughed out loud and said, Brother Ao's corpse is very useful. So, how can I feel at ease to let other people ruin it? Then, he raised his hand and said with a smile, Brother Ao and I will exchange blows barehanded. A murderous intention flashed in Ao Sheyun's eyes. He then said, Brother Meng, please. Meng Luo laughed out loud. Then, he attacked. Ao Sheyun's saber light flashed, and the two of them started to fight. The 40 to 50 experts of the O clan seemed to be afraid that their young lord would lose. So, they crowded forward to watch the fight. This was human nature. So, Tianbu Hui and the others had to make a small concession. Chu Yang and the others didn't seem to be interested in this fight. They folded their arms and stood far away on a big rock to watch the fight. They were already at the periphery. The two men were fighting, and the sound of collision was unceasingly echoing. Ao Sheyun became more and more surprised as the fight went on. He also became more and more puzzled. Meng Luo's attacks were fierce, and his moves were extremely vicious. However, they didn't have any killing intention. Every move he made was very powerful, but he didn't have the strength to hit Ao Sheyun's body. He is clearly going easy on me. Why? Ao Sheyun was puzzled. I have never had any friendship with Meng Luo. In fact, I don't even have a good impression of each other. In fact, I used to mock and ridicule him whenever I met him. So, why is he going easy on me this time? However, hope had risen in Ao Sheyun's heart no matter what. He had thought that he was going to die this time. So, he was unafraid of death. But how could he seek death now that he had a chance to survive? He couldn't help but look around for an opportunity. This opportunity was extremely slim, but Ao Sheyun had no other choice. Meng Luo suddenly shouted while they were fighting. He then laughed and said, Brother Ao's reputation is well-deserved. You still have such fighting strength after being chased for thousands of miles. I admire you. He winked as he said this. Ao Sheyun's heart was full of doubts, but he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. So, he coldly snorted and said, I've been chased for thousands of miles, but I'm confident that I can drag Brother Meng to hell with me. Meng Luo unceasingly shot his palms and sent dust flying in the air. His momentum was so great that he couldn't even see his opponent's shadow. He could only hear bang 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 sounds. Presumably, the two men were fiercely fighting. Then, Meng Luo roared, Ao Sheyun, prepare to die. He approached Ao Sheyun in the dust. Then, he hurriedly said in a low voice, left front, full strength, don't resist. Someone will take you away from here. He didn't wait for Ao Sheyun to reply after he was done speaking. Then, he suddenly roared crazily, Ao Yun, die. A loud explosion sound was heard. It seemed that the two men had collided with each other. Sand and pebbles were sent flying in all directions. Everyone raised their sleeves to shield themselves from the oncoming sand and pebbles. Dust and smoke filled the air. Then, a shadow suddenly flew high into the sky like a meteor. Meng Luo's loud laughter was heard, die. He flew up and heavily pounded his palms on Ao Sheyun's back. Then, he kicked Ao Sheyun's waist. Ao Sheyun screamed as he was sent flying like a meteor. Meng Luo didn't relax. He chased after him and laughed complacently. Ao Sheyun is done for. Tianbu Hui, Odu Xiao, and the others had this feeling in their hearts. They hadn't expected that Ao Sheyun would be an arrow at the end of its flight. So, Meng Luo had taken care of him so easily. I would have taken the credit if I had known this earlier. Everyone's eyes opened wide when they turned their heads to look. They saw that Ao Sheyun's body had strangely flown more than 300 feet away. He was still gliding high in the sky. Oh no! Young Black Devil was the quickest to react. He stamped his foot and quickly chased after him. Everyone understood one after another. Ao Sheyun can't fly this far even if he's at his peak. So, how could he be sent flying? There's only one possibility for such a situation. Meng Luo. Meng Luo and Ao Sheyun must have colluded to help him escape. The great dukes clenched their teeth as they thought of this. What a good Meng Luo. Ao Sheyun had already flown over Chu Yang and the others. Suddenly, Gu Duxing unsheathed his black dragon sword with a clang sound. Then, he transformed into a black lightning bolt. He became one with his sword and rushed into the sky. Then, he grabbed Ao Xianyun's belt and unsheathed his black dragon sword. Then, he flew out with a schwa sound. He flashed like a meteor in the sky, and he was already 1,000 feet away in a flash. Young Black Devil's body shook as he chased after Ao Xian the fastest. He blurted out, "Sword Emperor?" Chu Yang and the others let out a long and loud shout. Then, they quickly followed after him. Meng Luo was the last to run. These things had happened at the same time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. So, they didn't have enough time to react. They hadn't even dreamt that such a thing would happen. Odu Xiao and the others were chasing after Ao Xianyun with the experts of several big clans. But they were suddenly ambushed by the experts of the Ming clan, and 5 of them lost their lives. They were so angry that their hearts almost shattered. The people of the Ming clan also ran after Meng Luo before they could react. "Meng Luo, you despicable villain." Odu Xiao was so angry that his entire body trembled. He almost vomited blood. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Chase after them. Kill them at all costs. Don't leave a single one alive." The experts of various big clans flew out. A cooked duck has flown away. Odu Xiao and the others almost rubbed their eyes. Fuck, isn't this too outrageous? It would have been understandable if anyone else had done this. In fact, it would have been excusable if Odu Xiao had let Ao Xian go. In fact, it would have been acceptable. But why Meng Luo? Chapter 578. Odu Xiao suspected that he was dreaming. He could have suspected anyone, but he hadn't suspected Meng Luo. It was because Meng Luo and the Ming clan were in favor of this alliance. Moreover, they were also the most powerful force in hunting down Ao Xianyun. The reason for this was very simple. The Ming clan had already reached the end of their rope. So, they were hoping to get some benefits in this chaotic place. Moreover, Meng Luo had always been on bad terms with Ao Xianyun. Moreover, even if Meng Luo and Ao Xianyun were on good terms, Meng Luo had always been heartless. So, he would never offend an alliance for Ao Xianyun. But now, the person who was least likely to betray him had betrayed him. This matter had left Odu Xiao, Tian Bu Hui, and the others depressed, angry, and puzzled. What was going on? Meng Luo had plenty of opportunities to let Ao Xianyun go if he had wanted to. In fact, he could have quietly sent Ao Xianyun out of the encirclement. However, he had never done so. That was why everyone was at ease. If they were colluding, why didn't they act earlier? Did he have to make a move when Ao Xianyun was at the end of his rope and had absolutely no chance of escaping? If he allowed all of Ao Xianyun's loyal subordinates to die, even if he rescued Ao Xianyun, it wouldn't be of any use, right? How could Ao Xianyun let him go? Everyone's mind was in a mess. No matter what he said, he couldn't understand. But things had already gotten to this point, and they were completely out of control. Even if they couldn't figure it out, they had to continue chasing. Otherwise, if Ao Xianyun were to return to the Ao clan, we would be done for. More than 1,000 people chased after him. Gu Duxing's body was like a shooting star as he carried Ao Xianyun and flew away. Ao Xianyun only felt as if he was riding on the clouds. He said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, Elder. May I know who you are?" Of course, Ao Xianyun was also a very knowledgeable person. When Gu Duxing unsheathed his sword, all the enemy's swords immediately chimed in unison, as if they were worshipping the Emperor. Ao Xianyun naturally knew that this was the Sword Emperor. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig walk. Although such a Sword Emperor hadn't appeared in the 3 heavens for hundreds of years, how could Ao Xianyun not recognize the Sword Emperor as the successor of the number 1 aristocratic family? Therefore, he took it for granted that someone with this level of cultivation must be a senior expert. Behind his mask, Gu Duxing smiled faintly and said, "Duke Xie, I am Gu Duxing." Ao Xianyun almost fell to the ground. If it wasn't for Gu Duxing carrying him, he would definitely have fallen to the ground. What? Gu Duxing, who was equally famous as himself? This Sword Emperor is actually Gu Duxing? Ao Xieyun's mind instantly went blank. How did he suddenly become a sword emperor? Then, what right did he have to be on par with them? Gu Duxing flew 10,000 feet away in one breath. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and threw Ao Xieyun out. Dong Wushang let out a long howl. He turned into a saber aura and carried Ao Xieyun on his back. Then, he flew out in a flash of saber light. This time, Ao Xieyun didn't ask. He only sighed softly. Dong Wushang, thank you. He was extremely disappointed. The two people who were once equally famous as him were now the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor. As for him, he was only a low-rank king, but he was pushed to the position of #1 expert of the younger generation of the Three Heavens. If it wasn't for the Ao clan, if it wasn't for his own clan, would it have been his turn? It was no wonder that others refused to accept him. How could he convince others with all these reasons? And Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had relied on their own efforts to reach this position step by step. So, how could they be compared with him? Who would put him in their eyes if he lost the title of Archduke of the Ao clan? Ao Xieyun sighed sadly. He hadn't sighed when he had faced the desperate situation of life and death. He hadn't felt disappointed either. But he felt inferior now. I'm inferior. Perhaps the title of Archduke of the Ao clan is my biggest enemy. Ao Xieyun thought in a self-deprecating manner. Gu Duxing and the others had restored their muscles and bones to their original state when they had snatched away Ao Xieyun. They no longer had deliberately changed their appearance. This would make it easier for them to display their strength. Secondly, it would make it easier for Ao Xieyun to recognize them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if a misunderstanding were to occur. Whiz, 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 the seven of them moved like a group of meteors. They drew a long trace on the ground as they advanced towards the mountain forest. Meng Luo and the people of the Meng clan were chasing after them with all their might. The experts of the Meng clan who had lagged behind the group had been slaughtered by the experts of the other big clans. Many people had been killed, and only 2 emperor-level experts were left by his side. However, Meng Luo was extremely excited. I have finally snatched away Ao Xieyun. I haven't let down young Lord Ye's great trust. Presumably, young Lord Ye will appreciate me even more, right? Hee. I made a prompt and decisive decision to snatch away Ao Xieyun. He is the younger brother of the core and direct descendant of the Ao clan. He has a pure bloodline. He is indispensable for opening the dragon vein of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure. Such a great merit. Hee. I can get a part of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure this time, right? Moreover, I will have the opportunity to rush into the upper 3 heavens. Meng Luo thought as he ran. He felt that his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. Of course, he also had his own plans. I must call the ancestors of my clan when I go to look for the hidden treasure. And I must bring a few more experts with me. This young Lord Yi looks like a reckless person. But I can't rule out the possibility that he will burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, the first step had been taken in any case. And there was no turning back now that the first step had been taken. I can only brace myself and move forward even if I have to take risks. Who hasn't taken risks since ancient times to achieve great things? This is the so-called wealth comes from danger. Meng Luo comforted himself in his heart. How can I have a huge harvest without a huge investment? How can I have a glorious future if I don't work hard now? Heaven never bars one's way. New opportunities will inevitably appear in the face of extreme adversity. And they will become even more powerful. Meng Luo's heart was filled with inspirational illusions in an instant. I believe that I, Meng Luo, will become a new legend of the upper 3 heavens in the near future. Who will dare to say that what I did today was wrong after I succeed? Some people will only envy me for having a sharp vision and daring to invest. I have courage and means. The winner is a king, and the loser is a bandit. What kind of benevolence, righteousness, and morality is there? This is fucking Jianghu. Meng Luo ferociously cursed in his heart. Then, he happily chased in the direction in front of him. However, the troops behind him were getting closer and closer. More than a dozen emperor-level experts were leading by a wide margin. That third-grade emperor-level expert of the Ming clan clenched his teeth and shouted, "All king-level experts, stay behind to face the enemy. Today is the moment of life and death for my Ming clan. The young lord has endured humiliation for the sake of the Ming clan. You won't be able to outrun the emperor-level experts with your speed now. So, sacrifice your lives for the clan. Don't worry, everyone. This old man guarantees with his life that your family members will live comfortably. This old man can guarantee that they won't be bullied and humiliated even if the clan is destroyed." The remaining dozen or so king-level experts had already given up all hope. But they suddenly felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they heard these words. "Second Elder, don't worry. The Ming clan will be handed over to the young lord. Elder, please don't forget the promise you made today for the families of our subordinates." They suddenly stopped after they shouted. Then, they rushed back with all their might. Every one of them had the posture of perishing together with the enemy. Everyone knew that what the second elder had said was right. Today's situation had already reached the point of no return. So, it would be better to exchange it for the safety of their families. Their families would get the best care as long as the young lord and the second elder could rush out and enter the upper three heavens. Moreover, their children would become the people of the upper three heavens from then on. They would feel at ease even if they were to die. A few loud rumbling sounds were heard along with a few screams. The king-level experts of the Ming clan had launched a suicidal attack. The two emperor-level experts heaved a deep sigh. Then, their faces flushed red. They picked up Ming Luo and launched the secret technique of burning their lives at the same time. Their speed increased threefold in an instant, and they chased after Chu Yong and the others like meteors. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Ming Luo's eyes. He thought, "The king-level experts have already died. It's a pity, but I have no other choice. I can only use the name of the clan's future to make these two emperor-level experts desperately block the enemy in order to give me a chance of survival. Everything will be worth it as long as I can escape. How many emperor-level experts can't be found in the upper three heavens? Moreover, those people have been chasing us for such a long time. Everyone must be exhausted. I believe that they won't be able to catch up with us. Moreover, the young lord has the sword emperor, the saber emperor, and that mysterious expert with him. We can't beat the enemy in numbers, but it won't be a problem for us to escape." The experts of the other clans chased after them like the wind. But who would have thought that the Ming clan would suddenly turn around and fight a decisive battle? They were obstructed for a short while, and these king-level experts were dealt with. However, they could only see a boundless mountain forest in front of them, and the people they had been chasing had disappeared without a trace. Tian Bu Hui and the others rushed over while gasping for breath. Their complexions were gloomy to the extreme. Search, at any cost. Tu Qianhao's gaze was vicious. Set fire. Set this entire mountain forest on fire. Odu Shao was even more vicious. He ordered at the same time. The two emperor-level experts carried Ming Luo and chased for half an hour using the secret technique of burning their lives. Then, they finally caught up with Chu Yong and the others. In fact, they hadn't caught up with them. Chu Yong and the others were resting on the summit of the mountain. "Young lord," Ming Luo rushed forward in high spirits. He was gasping for breath. Then, he chuckled and said, "We didn't disgrace the mission. I've finally snatched the pure bloodline of the Ao Shi clan." Tan Tan beamed with a smile. He then said, "You've worked hard." Ming Luo smiled in a free and easy manner. Then, he said in a loyal and devoted manner, "It's Ming Luo's honor to work for the young lord. So, how can you say that I've worked hard or not?" He wiped his sweat to show that he had been working hard, even though he had said it in a relaxed manner. So, he eagerly asked, "Young lord, what should we do next?" "Well, next, you can go back. You don't have to follow me anymore," Tan Tan casually said. "This what?" Ming Luo couldn't believe his ears. He said while stammering, "Young lord, you must be joking." "Fuck. Joking? Who would be interested in joking with you?" Tan Tan suddenly became angry and said, "I don't even coax you at home. So, why would I be interested in coaxing you to play? Fuck." Don't tell me that you want to get old if you don't leave. Don't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Who do you think you are? Fuck. Bah. Meng Luo's vision turned black. His entire body trembled. Chapter 579. Meng Luo suddenly felt as if he was dreaming. In his dream, someone had said, "Help me with something, and I will take you to the heavens." Now, he had woken up from his dream. You lied to me? Meng Luo looked at Tan Tan with grief and indignation. He felt as if the world was spinning around. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Lie to you? Tan Tan replied in a strange manner, I didn't lie to you. You can only blame yourself for not having a good name. Why did you have to be called Meng Luo? Fuck. Meng Luo. Meng Luo. In other words, it means that Li Duo doesn't exist. I'm helping you. Meng Luo's entire body trembled. He was shaking like a sieve. There were only 2 words in his heart. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die this time. The Meng clan had a chance to linger on at death's door. But now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of luck left. Meng Luo and the other 2 were in a daze. They were paralyzed on the ground. Their entire bodies were in despair at this moment. They didn't even have the strength to be angry. That was the true feeling of having one's heart as dead as ash. It seemed as if the world had lost all its colors. Itchy, itchy. Do you feel good? I'm very happy to play with people. Tantan laughed out loud. It's rare to have such a asterisk to make us feel good. I'll make you itchy, itchy. Chu Yang became furious. He kicked Tantan. Then, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others swarmed forward. They grabbed this second duke of the Yi clan, the #1 ruling clan of the upper 3 heavens, and ruthlessly ravaged him in front of Meng Luo. Their fists and feet continuously fell on Tan Tan's body. Tan Tan screamed as he was beaten. His body was spinning in the air like a top. Meng Luo's heart was filled with despair. But he still opened his eyes wide in surprise. These people dare to beat up their young lord? They are extremely audacious. Chu Yang had finally vented his anger. He left Tan Tan behind and arrived in front of Meng Luo. Duke Meng, we must take our leave. You can slowly enjoy yourself here. Don't worry. Odu Xiao, Tu Qin Hao, and the others are your allies. They won't do anything to you, Chu Yang said with a smile. No, you can't abandon me. Meng Luo screamed miserably. He felt his entire body go soft. Allies? Odu Xiao and the others would eat him alive if they saw him. Meng Luo was very sure about this. Looks like Brother O still didn't recognize us. Chu Yang smiled and pulled down his mask. Then, he gently smiled and said, Brother Meng, do you recognize me now? Meng Luo felt as if he had seen a ghost. He crawled out of the ground with his hands and feet. It's you? It's you? King of Helchu? How could it be you? Of course, it's me. Chu Yang smiled kindly. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others also pulled down their masks and looked at Meng Luo with ridicule in their eyes. It was as if he was looking at a pitiful creature who was extremely greedy. It's you. How could it be you? Meng Luo shouted in grief and indignation. I've seen you before, but your physiques were completely different. How could I not have recognized you if it had been you? Stupid bird. There's one thing I must let you know. There's a martial art in this world called bone shrinking and appearance changing. Don't tell me that you don't know about it. GMO shrugged his shoulders and looked at Meng Luo with infinite contempt. Then, he isn't the second duke of the Yi clan? Meng Luo looked at Tan Tan in despair. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This guy still has such hope even now. He's my junior martial brother. As for the Yi clan, I'm sorry, Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner. We don't know about it. Chu Yang smiled. In fact, I wanted to deal with you. That's all. Do you understand? King of Helchu, how did I offend you? Why did you want to kill me? Why did you want to kill me? You didn't even let my clan off? Meng Luo shouted in grief and indignation. His voice was full of misery, despair, and disbelief. How did you offend me? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang sneered. Meng Luo, you've offended me. Let me tell you about your biggest crime. Biggest crime? Meng Luo's face was covered with tears of despair. He raised his head and pondered with great effort. He was really thinking. In fact, he was racking his brains to think. How did I offend such a terrifying person like King of Helchu? How did he make him deliberately scheme to deal with me? From Mt. Dingjun until now, my clan has been forced into a hopeless situation by him, and it has been consigned to eternal damnation by him. Almost every misfortune of the Ming clan is related to this person's shadow. How did I offend him? He's always in the lower three heavens. And I've always been in the lower three heavens. So, I've never had any contact with him. How did I offend him? Meng Luo's face was perplexed. He pondered hard, but couldn't think of anything. In fact, he even thought of the young girls he had raped. But he couldn't think of anything related to Chu Yang. So, he finally asked fiercely, "How did I offend you? Tell me." There was actually a kind of self-righteous attitude. "I didn't offend you. So, why are you dealing with me? This is too unfair. Hee. Meng Luo, you've committed atrocities. But it has nothing to do with me. Other people might be afraid of your devil technique, but it's nothing in my eyes. And it's even less worthy for me to be afraid of you." Chu Yang sneered, "But what you shouldn't have done the most is that you dared to have designs on Mo Qingwu. Hee. You and your Ming clan were doomed to be destroyed from the moment you proposed marriage to the Emo clan." Chu Yang exposed a sunny smile. He then bared his teeth. "Even the chickens and dogs won't be spared. Just because of a woman?" Meng Luo opened his eyes wide. "You're dealing with me because of such a woman? Moreover, it's a little girl?" "Yes, I can kill you 100 times for her." Chu Yang's eyes were very cold. "Including your clan?" "I understand." Meng Luo lowered his head in a daze. He eventually lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. All his hopes and spiritual support had been taken away from him. In fact, he couldn't even think of retaliating against Chu Yang. He only wanted to kill himself. So, it could be seen how disheartened he was. "So, you're the one behind all this. You deliberately wanted to save Ao Xie Yun." The two emperor-level experts of the O clan glared at Chu Yang and the others. "You want to kill Ao Xie Yun. So, you want to deal with us?" Chu Yang kindly smiled and said, "Of course, we want to save him." "You." The two emperor-level experts suddenly stood up, their eyes exposed an ominous glint. "Why haven't you taken your young lord and fled? Do you still want to fight with us?" Chu Yang sneered. "Are you really acting recklessly? Don't you care about your clans? You don't want to kill us?" The two emperor-level experts palpitated with fear. "Why would I want to kill you?" Chu Yang indifferently turned around and walked away. "My hands are clean." Dong Wushang carried Ao Xie Yun on his back with a whistling sound. Then, the 7 of them flew away from the mountaintop like a whirlwind. The two emperor-level experts noticed. These 7 people are moving as fast as lightning, but the trees and bushes aren't swaying in the slightest in the direction they are going. A series of sounds came from all directions behind them. It was obvious that the pursuers were approaching. The two emperor-level experts immediately understood. Chu Yang doesn't have any good intentions. He has been waiting here to vent his anger on Meng Luo, and he has been stalling for time until he has discovered that the pursuers have arrived. So, we can draw away a part of the pursuers for him. This will allow us to escape with ease. The 7 of them didn't dare to disperse in the face of such a huge army of pursuers. After all, someone would have died if they had dispersed. It would have been much safer if they had gathered together. After all, they would have been able to leave as long as they had found the right path. Therefore, they had asked Meng Luo to draw away the pursuers. It would have increased the chances of Chu Yang and the others escaping even if they had only drawn away a part of the pursuers. You will die if you don't draw away the pursuers. It could be said that the hatred of those big clans towards the Ming clan had surpassed everything else. So, they wouldn't believe anything that was said. Therefore, they had to escape even if they didn't want to. And they would have made a contribution to Chu Yang if they escaped. This kind of sullenness was unprecedented since ancient times. They had been deceived by others. They had done something for others. But they had been kicked to the curb after crossing the river. They had been abandoned. But they still had to make a contribution after being abandoned. They couldn't not do it. The two Emperor-level experts also wanted to perish together with Chu Yang and the others. But they didn't dare to do so. After all, they still had a huge clan behind them. And they didn't know that it was still in this camp. And this clan would have been annihilated if they couldn't escape. The Ming clan is done for this time. The two Emperor-level experts sighed. They felt powerless. Young Lord, let's go. We must leave this place as soon as possible and inform the clan. Meng Luo sat down in a daze. He spoke as if he was dreaming. Go? Where should I go? What path can I take? His eyes were filled with a dusky death intention. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality in them. This Meng Luo had always been proud and arrogant. He should have been one of the 12 influential figures of the next 3 heavens. But he had been beaten down so many times that he had turned into a walking corpse at present. He had no fighting spirit. He had no vitality. In fact, even his most urgent desire to survive had been crushed. He was alive, but he was as good as dead. The two Emperor-level experts became anxious in their hearts. The enemy is close at hand, but the young lord has fallen into such depression. The two of them looked at each other and finally made a decision. Then, they slapped the back of Meng Luo's neck with a bang. Meng Luo was in a daze. He didn't resist or dodge. Instead, he fell down like a wooden stake. An Emperor-level expert carried his body on his back and stood up. He was about to escape when he heard an angry voice. I see them over there. The pursuers have arrived. The two Emperor-level experts flew in the direction where Chu Yang and the others had left. They were both sullen and angry at the same time. I will drag you down with me even if I die in the end. The pursuers behind them whistled as they chased after them from all over the mountains and plains. Go this way. Chu Yang and the others rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. Then, Chu Yang took the lead and changed his direction. He went towards the southwest at a right angle from his original direction. Don't let these dead people implicate us. Chu Yang mischievously smiled. Let those 3 idiots take the lead. The farther they run, the better. It's very strange today. I sat in front of the computer for the whole day, but I didn't write anything. My train of thought was like a fountain, but I didn't write anything. I just stared at it for the whole day. This is the first update. The rest of the updates will be very late. So, I'm specially informing you. I don't want everyone to wait for a long time. You will see a new chapter when you wake up tomorrow morning. Chapter 580. Ao Xieyun's injuries had already recovered under Chu Yang's incomplete heavy elixir. He no longer needed someone to carry him on his back. However, he was somewhat sad and silent along the way. Senior brother, we've played enough. Why don't we just kill him? Tan Tan raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be too easy for him if we killed him? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. We still need to keep him alive. First, he can draw away the pursuers for us. Second, we can make those clans consume their strength. Third, the Ming clan is already done for. Wouldn't it be the best punishment for him to witness the destruction of his own clan with his own eyes? You're right. He won't know anything if we kill him. It would be a pity. Luo Kadi proudly explained while rubbing his crotch. Hey, are you in pain? GMO looked at Luo Kadi's crotch with some lingering fear. He couldn't help but scratch his own crotch. He thought, Second young Master Luo is an idiot. He has been like this for a whole day. My balls hurt just looking at him. But he still looks so happy. How much pain will his lower abdomen get after this? Chu Yang made a gesture while speaking. Everyone bent down in an orderly manner and lay down in the underbrush. They then looked back at the same time. They saw 2 silhouettes in the distance. They seemed to be carrying a person on their backs. They were fleeing for their lives. Then, a large group of people rushed out from behind with a rumbling sound. It looked like a group of ants was chasing 2 ants from afar. And these 2 ants were carrying a small ant on their backs. This is fucking cool. Luo Kadi straightened his waist. He sighed and said, This is crazy. They are chasing after him in such a hurry. How much hatred do they have for him? Yes, this little Ming Luo hasn't lived in vain. There are only a few such clans in the three heavens, and all of them are chasing after him to kill him. This is the treatment of a fucking Grand Duke of the Ao clan. Jimo's eyes lit up. It seemed as if he was envious. You're right. They've offended the Ao clan, the Xie clan, the Mo clan, the Dong clan, the Luo clan, the Gu clan, and the Ji clan. Now, the O clan, the Black Devil clan, the Tian clan, the Tu clan, the Li clan, and the Zhao clan. Dong Wushang counted and couldn't help but jump in fright. He then said, "Fuck. This Ming Luo Gong has provoked a lot of trouble." How courageous. Second young master Luo Ku Di said with admiration, "Our big brother is the most courageous one." Ah, you must know that big brother has recruited all these people to deal with the Ming clan. In fact, Ming Luo hasn't done anything. This injustice is truly hard to explain. It's too numerous to write down. GMO clicked his tongue twice and made a conclusion. Take a look at Ming Luo. Those brothers have learned a lesson from their mistakes. You can offend anyone in the future, but don't offend our big brother. Who knows when he'll be like Ming Luo? Ah, don't stare. Second young master Luo, I'm talking about you. Luo Ku Di suddenly exploded. He grabbed Ming Luo's neck. Who's Ming Luo? You are Ming Luo. Your whole family is Ming Luo. Everyone laughed. Amidst their carelessness, many people began to search in both directions. Chu Yang smiled. He then got up and said, "Let's go. These people have already divided into 4 groups. So, we won't be afraid even if they catch up with us. Let's go to the Xie clan and look for Xie Danqiao." Everyone swept away like a gust of wind and quietly flew out. They went far away in the twinkling of an eye in the dark forest. Ao Xieyun smiled. He said while walking, "Brother Chu, thank you for saving me today. I, Ao Xieyun, will certainly repay you generously for this kindness." Chu Yang walked forward. He didn't even turn his head as he insipidly said, "Oh, how do you want to repay me if that's the case?" Ao Xieyun was startled. He had only said these words for the sake of courtesy. How could he think of how to repay the other party at this time? His heart was in a mess right now. "I didn't expect you to repay me for saving you." Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner, "I didn't save you because of the general situation or the chaotic situation. Instead, I saved you because they wanted to deal with us. They wanted to shift the blame to us. We would have been in big trouble if you had died. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you even if you were the Grand Duke of a great clan of the upper 3 heavens. So, you don't need to thank me." Chu Yang concluded easily, "You'll be safe once we reach the Xie clan. I'll send you back to your clan at that time. We'll also be relieved." Ao Xieyun smiled and said, "You don't care, but this is still a life-saving grace for me. I can't thank you with words. I'm not a long-winded person, so I won't say it." "Haha. It's good that you won't say it." GMO came forward and said. Ao Xieyun smiled and said, "Brother Chu, in fact, I still owe you a favor. Our Ao clan isn't stupid. Their shift may not have succeeded. Even if I die, they may not have been able to shift the blame to you." Chu Yang mischievously smiled. I know this better than you. Their shift wouldn't have succeeded if I hadn't saved you. That's because one of the people they wanted to deal with was called Mo Tianji." Ao Xieyun smiled bitterly. Mo Tianji may not be so resourceful. Our Ao clan isn't stupid either. But Mo Tianji is so resourceful. Chu Yang said affirmatively. Then, he looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Of course, your Ao clan isn't all stupid, but there are quite a few of them." He sneered. "You're Ao Xieyun, not the Ao clan. Even if you die, the Ao clan will still be the Ao clan. But you've already mentioned the Ao clan several times today. Why? Are you not confident?" Ao Xieyun was stunned. Just now, in the depths of his subconscious, he did have this intention. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so sharp. With Mo Tianji around, their shift wouldn't have succeeded. "I saved you just in case. After all, the current Mo Tianji is still too weak." Chu Yang said something that Ao Xieyun didn't understand at all. After all, The current emotionji is still too weak? Ao Xieyun smacked his lips in his heart for a long time. Gu Duxing passed by him. Brother Gu, are you really a sword emperor now? Ao Xieyun asked. Yes, first grade sword emperor, Gu Duxing said honestly. Oh, Ao Xieyun was disappointed. Brother Dong, are you really a saber emperor now? Yes, first grade saber emperor by luck. Oh, Ao Xieyun's face darkened. GMO, what's your cultivation level now? GMO's face darkened. I'm just a martial king. What's there to ask? Ao Xieyun was stunned. You're also a martial king? Little wolf, what are you now? I'm the same as GMO. Damn, this is so embarrassing. When Luo Kudi mentioned this matter, his happiness was immediately destroyed. This is so embarrassing. Ao Xieyun felt as if the world was spinning. How old are you this year? A king-level martial artist is so embarrassing? Then, I'm a few years older than you, and I'm only a martial king. Isn't that embarrassing? Brother Rue, what about you? Rue Butong said angrily, are you deliberately making fun of me? I'm an 8th grade martial king, the weakest one. Ao Xieyun's face was full of tears. It's really a bottleneck. This is the second update. It's definitely not going to explode today. I'm currently struggling with one thing. This storm is definitely going to blow up in 3 days. But I'm thinking too much at the moment. I've set up 3 lines for this plot. So, I'm indecisive. I've written and deleted tonight. Now, I've written 2,000 words. No matter how I write, I feel that something is wrong. Let's discuss it. The first line starts from Emotionji, pros and cons. The second line starts from Chu Yang, pros and cons. The third line starts from Ao Clan, pros and cons. Of course, there's also the possibility of starting from Ming Clan or the few clans that are chasing Ao Xieyun. I'm not worried about not having anything to write. Instead, I have to write too much. How sad. In the book review and comment section, everyone came to express their opinions and opinions. Chapter 581. Chu Yang smiled. You don't need to ask about me. I'm a king-level expert. Yes, this is my junior brother Tan Tan. He's also a king-level expert. Brother Ao, please advise me when you have time. Advise my ass. Ao Xieyun bit his lips. He had an urge to cry. A group of king-level experts, sword emperors, and saber emperors. These were all people who were once as famous as him. There were even a few who weren't as good as him before. Now, his king-level expert. He really couldn't take it out. He felt too inferior. Brother Ao, may I ask what's your cultivation level now? GMO rolled his eyes and asked. Sigh. Ao Xieyun sighed. He didn't say anything, but he cried first. Miao Badong snorted coldly. He comforted him with schadenfreude. Brother Ao, you don't have to be like this. How much effort did we put in to have our current achievements? How much effort did we put in? We put in. Yes, there were dozens of times every day that we fainted from training. What kind of effort can lead to what kind of results? Actually, you're already very amazing now. This guy has said the exact words that Chu Yang used to provoke him. Motherfucker, who knows how I felt in my heart when I heard these words? It's better to share the joy with others than to share the joy with others. Ao Xieyun's face turned green and white. He lowered his head and hurried on. He didn't speak anymore. After a long time, he sighed and said, I, Ao Xieyun, have a surname of Ao. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in his heart. If they can do it, why can't I? One day, I'll take back this Ao. I'll be proud of the world. The leader was always under a lot of pressure, but lacked motivation. Now, he was the one who was chasing, but he was full of motivation and no pressure. Once Ao Xieyun let go of his pride, he immediately felt full of fighting spirit. First, I want to be Ao Xieyun, the one and only Ao Xieyun. Second, I want revenge. I want to take revenge for my uncles with my own hands. I want to take care of their families to the best of my ability. Third, I want to catch up with them and surpass them. I want to take back my title as the number one of the 3 heavens. We're all humans. We're all born and raised by our parents. We're all flesh and blood. I refused to admit defeat. Along the way, the group encountered a few more pursuers and battles. Everyone only focused on escaping and did not linger in battle. Ao Xieyun and Miao Butong suffered some injuries, but they finally rushed out. This matter could be traced back to a month ago. After Mo Tianji had single-handedly set off waves in the three heavens, the entire three heavens had already been tossed about by a storm. The O clan, the Ming clan, the Tian clan, and the other clans were on high alert. The Xie clan, the Mo clan, the Dong clan, and the other clans were also on high alert. A great battle was about to break out. That day, Mo Tianji didn't speak for a long time after he had finished discussing with Dong Wu Lei, Luo Ku Wu, Ji Zhu, and the others. Brother Mo, what are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Dong Wu Lei admired Mo Tianji's planning. So, he couldn't help but ask when he saw that Mo Tianji was in a dilemma. Everyone has just mentioned that Ming Luo, Tian Bu Hui, Tu Qian Hao, and the others aren't in the clan. So, these people might be the main force in hunting down Ao Xieyun. I'm thinking about this. How should we deal with it? Mo Tianji solemnly said. We didn't say that these people aren't in the clan, right? Luo Ku Wu scratched his head in bewilderment. That's because the storm is faintly discernible. But it's too calm right now. A battle is a battle. But it's just a dense cloud and not a rain. What kind of battle is this? Mo Tianji softly said. Everyone had come here a moment ago. And you all said that the surrounding area was calm and peaceful. So, this little brother made a conjecture. It certainly wouldn't be so calm if those people were here. They wouldn't have made any big moves. But there would have been constant small frictions if they hadn't. So, it's clear that it's a group of crafty old foxes who are in charge of this matter. And that group of young ones isn't here. So, where did they go at such an important time if they aren't here? They're not hunting down Ao Xieyun. And there's nothing else. Those old guys are very mature and prudent. They like to wait and see in everything. They want to preserve their strength. And they can drag out any big matter. So, they can cause several clans to be entangled with hundreds of years of enmity and grudges. But they will never cut the Gordian knot. This is the way any clan handles matters for a long time. But they don't have the sharpness of youngsters. So, I conclude that those people aren't here. Mo Tianji frowned and said, I'm actually thinking about Ao Xieyun. Ao Xieyun? Dong Wu Lei frowned. Brother Mo is thinking whether we should save him or not, right? In my opinion, saving Ao Xieyun will only bring us benefits and no harm. We should save him. Mo Tianji shook his head deeply. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He pondered for a long time. Then, he said, You're wrong. Mo Tianji let out a deep breath. Then, he resolutely said, We've been planning for so long. And we've finally made this chaos rise from the inside of the upper three heavens. But the reaction of the big clans is still not strong enough. Ao clan won't be able to swallow so many forces in one fell swoop if Ao Xieyun doesn't die and the conflicts fade away. And all the big clans will go into seclusion to protect themselves. Moreover, Ao clan will probably treat this as Ao Xieyun's experience in the Jianghu if he doesn't die. And they won't make a move, then. All our arrangements will be in vain. These old guys are too tolerant. Mo Tianji sighed. They only care about the survival and reproduction of their clans, sigh. Luo Ku Wu's eyes flickered. He said, So, Ao Xieyun must die? Can't we save him? Ao Xieyun must die. Otherwise, Ao clan won't be able to get involved in this chaos. Mo Tianji nodded deeply. We can't have any help. Ao Xieyun may escape alive if we have any help. He sighed and said, Ao Xieyun is also an outstanding person. I, Mo Tianji, am also reluctant to let such a person die. But we must not hesitate when it's time to abandon him. But this, Luo Ku Wu was stunned. We will be the unlucky ones if we succeed in framing him. The corners of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched. He insipidly said, I've already told Xie Danxiong a few days ago. I told him to rush to Ao clan immediately after he has arranged the clan's affairs. And he wants to see Ao Xieyun. Wants to see Ao Xieyun? Dong Wu Lei and Luo Ku Wu opened their eyes wide. Yes, Wants to see Ao Xieyun. Mo Tianji smiled. Let Xie Danxiong think of a way to stay in Ao clan until Ao Xieyun returns if Ao Xieyun isn't here. In any case, there are only two possibilities if Xie Danxiong wants to leave the Ao clan. The first is that Ao Xieyun has returned safe and sound. The second is that the news of Ao Xieyun's death has been transmitted back. But this matter must be done. Hidden immortal. Wonderful. Dong Wulei clapped his hands. Odu Shao wants to shift the blame to Xie Danxiong. But Xie Danxiong is in the Ao clan right now. So, it has nothing to do with him even if Ao Xieyun were to die 10,000 times. Mo Tianji slightly smiled and nodded. That's right. So, we have to wait patiently for the wind to cool down. The news I want to hear the most is the news of Ao Xieyun's death. Dong Wulei, Luo Kuwu, and Ji Zhu slapped the table and applauded. But this matter still lacks something. Mo Tianji frowned and paced back and forth. His brows were tightly knitted. Lacks something? Brother Mo, this matter is foolproof. What else can be lacking? Dong Wulei had already prostrated himself in admiration. It lacks a little push force. It needs a very strong push force. Mo Tianji frowned. We have already intensified all the contradictions. It's like a 10,000-kilometer prairie where all the green grass has already withered. We only need a little spark at this time to set the prairie ablaze. But where is this spark? But we can't take the initiative to make a move. We'll become passive if we take the initiative to make a move. In fact, it wasn't impossible for them to say that we were the ones with ambition. Therefore, we can only accumulate momentum, draw the bow, and wait for the trigger. He frowned and pondered hard. Where is the spark? Where is it? How can we make a big fire? How can we make this fire burn uncontrollably and destroy everything? We've already done enough. The entire Jianghu has already begun to shake. We'll immediately arouse suspicion if we make any more moves. But who will set this withered grass on fire for me? Will it set the prairie ablaze? He frowned and paced back and forth. His brows were knitted tighter and tighter. The look of contemplation in his eyes was getting more and more intense. Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu heaved a deep sigh. They looked at each other. They finally realized that their thoughts couldn't keep up with Mo Tianji's rhythm. Mo Tianji's thoughts had already gone beyond a certain category. They had risen to the point of overlooking everything. Mo Tianji stopped his footsteps after a long time. He tightly knitted his brows and muttered, "Everything that we've painstakingly built would have been in vain if there's no fire. Don't tell me that Ao Xieyun's death isn't enough to form this big fire?" Dong Wulei asked in bewilderment. That's the Ao clan's revenge war. It's completely different from the war of supremacy. The water isn't muddy enough if it's only a war of revenge. We won't be able to take advantage of it. Mo Tianji snorted. I just don't know. When will King of Hell Chu and the others return? Dong Wulei muttered, Brother Mo, what's your plan if they've already started by the time they return? Our previous preparations would have been in vain. It won't be in vain, Mo Tianji confidently said. We'll be in an invincible position even if they don't arrive in time. Then, Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly lit up. King of Hellchu? Return? Several thoughts arose in his mind in an instant. Will King of Hellchu be so? Can it be? Can it be? Mo Tianji pondered hard. Then, he finally said, This, King of Hellchu, is the cause of all these problems. I'm just using him, according to the rules and conventions of the world. He'll inevitably get involved since he's the cause. Therefore, King of Hell Chu shouldn't be able to escape from this big show. It's just karma. Then, will this big fire be ignited on King of Hell Chu? Chapter 582. Mo Tianji had guessed correctly. This spark had indeed been ignited by King of Hell Chu. However, it had been several days later than he had expected. Therefore, this master of calculation and manipulation had been so worried that his hair had turned white. Ao clan. The sudden arrival of Xie Danxiong had also surprised the Ao clan. However, he was the Grand Duke of Xie clan and the future successor. Xie clan was weaker than Ao clan, but they still couldn't be neglected. Therefore, Ao clan's reception was very attentive. The clan lord of Ao clan, Ao Tianxing, had personally received him. My son will take over Ao clan sooner or later. So, it's only beneficial to make such a big ally for me. Elder Xie, haha, how is your father? Ao Tianxing asked kindly. My father is well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ao. Xie Danxiong bowed respectfully. He had greeted Ao Tianxing with the etiquette of a junior. He said, this nephew and brother Xie Yun have always been close friends. We even joined hands at MT Dingjun. I haven't seen you for many days, and I miss you very much. So, I specially came to visit you. Please forgive me. Well, what's wrong with this? Ao Tianxing stroked his beard. He smiled kindly and said, this is a young man who values friendship and righteousness. I have always admired him. It's a great fortune for him to have a friend like you. He pondered for a moment and said, it's just that. Xiao Quan Ao has gone to the northern wilderness. He hasn't returned yet. Xiao Quan Ao. Xie Danxiong's eyes bulged. He was almost shocked by this name. Nephew Xie, you might as well stay here for a few days since you've come. The scenery of Ao clan is excellent. Ao Tianxing smiled and said, besides, Ao has been gone for several months. He should be on his way back now. Maybe he'll come back after a few days. You can play together when the time comes. This nephew will disturb Uncle for a few days if that's the case. I'll also listen to Uncle's teachings. Xie Danxiong took advantage of the situation and agreed. Xie Danxiong immediately stayed at Ao clan's residence without any trace of politeness. He ate fish and meat every day, delicacies of all kinds. Ao Xie Yun had stayed for more than 10 days. But Ao Xie Yun still hadn't returned. Ao clan had already felt that something was wrong. Why hasn't he come back? Xie Danxiong stayed for a few more days. Then, he proposed to take his leave. He said that he wasn't feeling well. Ao Tianxing cordially urged him to stay and asked the family doctor to visit him. Xie Danxiong had no choice but to agree to stay for 3 more days. However, Xie Danxiong suddenly fell into a coma the next morning after the discussion. In fact, he was on the verge of death. The doctor was shocked when he saw Xie Danxiong's condition. He hurriedly reported it to the family head, Ao Tianxing. Ao Tianxing came to take a look and saw that Xie Danxiong's entire body was bruised. His eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. His inner breath was in a mess. His dantian was ruptured, and his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Ao Tianxing was startled. If this young lord of the Xie clan were to die in his own home, then he would be very happy. The Ao clan immediately summoned all the divine doctors and experts to treat Xie Danxiong's injuries. However, no matter how they looked, they could only frown, shake their heads, and sigh helplessly. He could only use his vitality to temporarily prolong Xie Danxiong's life. Other than that, there was no other way. Ao Tianxing immediately regretted his actions. 2 days ago, he said he was going to leave, so he let him go. But now, he was hanging on. Uncle Ao, you don't have to worry. I've had this disease since I was young, and there's no cure. Xie Danxiong comforted him weakly. I only need 1. Cough, cough, cough. Expert, cough, cough, cough. To inject a little, cough, cough. Vitality every day for a period of time. Cough, 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 and I'll be fine. How long is a period of time? Ao Tianxing asked anxiously. However, Xie Danxiong's head tilted to one side. He had already fainted. Ao Tianxing was speechless. A period of time? Fuck. Little brat, a day is also a period of time. A year is also a period of time. A generation is only a period of time. However, he was already unconscious. What should he do? Ao Tianxing went out with a belly full of depression. Time passed day by day. Xie Danxiong was still unconscious. There was still no news of Ao Xian. The atmosphere in the Ao clan was getting heavier and heavier. A month had already passed. Seeing that other clans and some loose cultivators had already returned one after another, and news from various sources kept coming in, the Ao clan finally couldn't bear it anymore. So, they sent people to receive them. They went out in waves to receive and inquire. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There wasn't the slightest bit of news. Therefore, Ao Tianqing became impatient. The Ao clan simply mobilized a large force and searched in the direction of the northern wilderness. No one knew the importance of Ao Xiayun to the Ao clan. During this period of time, even ordinary people could feel the pressure of the 3 days. It was like an extremely hot summer day. There wasn't a trace of wind in the sky, and dark clouds were pressing down on the top of their heads. It was so hot that everyone was sweating profusely. However, the rainstorm that had been brewing for a long time didn't come down. Everyone's hearts, even though they were lying on the ground with nothing to do, were still beating anxiously. Moreover, this oppression was getting heavier and heavier. It was pressing down on everyone's heart from the sky. It was suffocating to death. It was suffocating to death. Everyone knew that it would be a destructive storm once this situation was broken. However, everyone would rather choose destruction when this oppression had reached an unbearable level. They would rather choose a violent storm to break this oppression. Another month passed. Everyone was anxious and restless. They couldn't sit or stand still. However, the atmosphere that had been extremely oppressive for these 3 days suddenly exploded. A piece of news spread throughout the 3 days like a bolt from the blue. The O clan, Tu clan, Black Devil clan, Ming clan, and Tian clan were originally comrades in the alliance. The O clan, Black Devil clan, and Tian clan had slaughtered all the experts of the Ming clan who had accompanied them on this mission. This included the Ming clan's Grand Duke, Ming Luo, 2 Emperor-level experts, and all the king-level and revered martial artists. These big clans' eyes had turned red after they had returned. They had slaughtered the people of the Ming clan who had been laughing and chatting merrily in the alliance. Then, they had led their army to the south. They had killed all the men, women, and children of the Ming clan. The old ancestor of the Ming clan, Ming Tianyu, was a middle-grade emperor-level expert. He had been in closed-door training. However, he had been forced out by Ming Tianyu. Then, all the emperor-level experts of the big clans had swarmed over. Ming Tianyu had attacked back with grief and indignation. However, the big clans had dispatched their old ancestors at the most critical moment. They were all high-level martial emperors. They had killed their old masters with their fists. Then, they had killed Ming Tianyu on the spot. The Ming clan had been burned to the ground. All the people who had participated in this battle, especially the ones who were in charge of the offensive, the Tu clan, the O clan, the Black Devil clan, and the Tian clan, had attacked with red eyes. They were ready to fight. This situation was as if the Ming clan had collectively dug up the ancestral graves of these clans. Then, they had raped all the female relatives of these clans. This was a bitter and deep hatred. They couldn't live under the same sky. Their methods were ruthless. They were merciless. They were cruel. They were cruel. They were brutal. They were something that had never happened in the 3 heavens. This massacre of an entire clan had happened in broad daylight. It had happened in broad daylight. It had bathed in the sunlight of the universe. It had happened openly, without the slightest scruple. There had been no concealment. A big clan had been removed from the list. The entire Ming clan had been uprooted by these big clans. Men, women, young, and old. This included all their in-laws and all their collateral relatives. These big clans had gone crazy. The death toll of this war had exceeded 100,000 people. This news had shocked all the big clans of the 3 heavens like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Who would have thought that this unspeakable oppression would be broken by an internal strife? There had been a split in the alliance. The Ming clan had brazenly challenged all the other clans. Even Mo Tianji's eyes had suddenly popped out of their sockets when he had heard this news. The cup in his hand had fallen to the ground with a bang and had been smashed to pieces. Then, he had pinched his thighs and arms until they were bruised. He had finally believed that he wasn't dreaming. Even Mo Tianji had such a reaction. So, it was easy to imagine the reactions of other people. The big clans hadn't said a word. So, no one knew the reason behind this incident. But everyone was whispering and speculating. The Ming clan had suffered such an extermination blow. What kind of heaven-defying, 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 and heaven-striking thunderbolts had done to provoke the crazy wrath of so many clans? The Ming clan is too bold, right? Motherfucker. They were already on the opposite side of 7 or 8 big clans. But they still had the courage to offend all their allies at this time. They shouldn't have been so stupid. Why did they do this? There were many different opinions in the three heavens. One person said, "There's no doubt about this matter. Meng Luo must have raped the young girls of all the big clans, and he must have provoked public anger." Another person retorted, "Nonsense. That's impossible. You don't understand the aristocratic clans. The big clans wouldn't be so decisive over this matter. Meng Luo definitely wouldn't have raped the young girls." He spoke resolutely and decisively. But he then doubtfully said, "Perhaps Meng Luo's father had taken the mistresses of these big clans to his bed." Everyone felt that this matter was very likely. Another person interrupted, "That's reasonable. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. But the lower beam is crooked. So, it means that the upper beam is crooked. Meng Luo likes to rape young girls. Perhaps his father likes to rape that. Many people nodded. That's reasonable. So, the alliance of the big clans must have given this old pervert an opportunity. Haven't you seen him enjoying himself in the alliance? It's said that the mistresses of the big clans are old, but they must have been very charming. Haven't you heard that people say that the older they are, the more chewy they are?" Then, everyone sighed at the same time. Meng Luo's father could have died in such a way. He would have died a romantic death, but it was unwise to implicate the entire clan. But then, someone retorted, "What do you know? A man's lust comes to him. He doesn't care about the clan." Then, everyone pondered for a while. They then put themselves in Meng Luo's shoes and nodded one after another. It wasn't known where these words had come from, but it seemed that someone had deliberately spread them. So, the more it spread, the fiercer it became, and it slowly became an uproar. Chapter 583. While the storm was brewing in the lower three heavens, an earth-shattering event had also happened in the lower three heavens. The Iron Cloud Empire had finally unified the world and dominated the lower three heavens. Even the grassland wolves of the northern frontier had surrendered. The lower three heavens had become the territory of the Iron Cloud Empire. Tibetan had finally ruled the world. All the land under the heavens belonged to the emperor. All the people on the land were the emperor's subjects. While the whole nation was celebrating, the emperor had only sent Tai Longcheng as a representative to celebrate with the world, and he himself had not come out from the palace. The Empress Wu Qianqian was about to give birth. The emperor could not leave. After this news was spread, the whole nation rejoiced. Not only did no one say anything, but everyone had always thought that the emperor was loyal and righteous, and was a rare good man in the world. For Iron Cloud Empire to have such a monarch was the fortune of the world and the fortune of all its citizens. Some people also noticed that although the prince of the Iron Dragon realm was celebrating with the officials, his eyes often looked in the direction of the palace involuntarily. There was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes. It seemed that he could not wait to leave this place and return to the palace. In the palace, Lan Meixian was anxiously guarding outside the delivery room. She kept pacing back and forth, her face full of anxiety and heartache. Moaning sounds came from the delivery room, as if it was forcibly suppressing. On one side sat a handsome couple. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was graceful and luxurious. They looked like a couple of immortals. Lan Meixian kept sighing and pacing back and forth. Finally, she said, "Ruolin, are the midwives you brought from the upper three heavens useful?" "Fei Ling, I don't want to criticize you, but what good midwives do you have in the Chu clan? Didn't I tell you to go to the Lan clan to find Granny Cui? You didn't listen. Now your Chu clan has sent 5 midwives, but why haven't they come out after half a day? What are these midwives doing?" This couple was Yang Ruolin and Chu Feiling. It turned out that Lan Meixian was still worried about the midwives in the palace. She was also worried that the secret would be leaked. Lan Meixian immediately sent a message to Yang Ruolan. Then, Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling personally brought the midwives down. Yang Ruolan smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry. The people I've brought along are all experienced and powerful. Besides, I've already checked. Junior sister's fetus is in the right position. So, there won't be any accidents. She found it a little funny. The midwife of the Lawn family was of course good, but if her master didn't go, how could she and her husband invite her? That was the Lawn family. But why is it taking so long? Lan Meisien was extremely anxious. Master, there's something you don't know. Yang Ruolan found it hard to say. It's not that easy for a woman to give birth to a child. When I gave birth to my child, I also spent a full day and night in extreme pain. Speaking up to here, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Thinking about her missing child, she was overcome with grief and her eyes turned red. Chu Feiling hurriedly comforted him. Chu Feiling was a little restless. He wouldn't have come this time if he wasn't worried that his beloved wife would have an accident when she went out alone. How could his wife's junior sister give birth to a child while he, the senior brother-in-law, sits outside and waits? That damned king of hell Chu, Lan Meisien said angrily. He stirred up trouble and left just like that. That bastard. How much grievance and pain has Tian suffered because of him? Now, his child is about to be born at such an important time. But he's nowhere to be seen. She heavily stomped her foot. This is really infuriating. Yang Ruolan smiled bitterly and thought, that person doesn't know anything. How can he appear here? The moaning sound inside suddenly became louder. Then, the voice of the midwife was heard. Endure it. Don't exert yourself now. You have to accumulate your strength. Otherwise, you won't have any strength when the child is born. That won't be good for the child. Won't be good for the child. This sentence seemed to have infinite power. Taibu Tian's voice immediately became softer. She could only be heard taking deep breaths to accumulate her strength. My poor disciple. Lan Meisien sat down on a chair and covered her face with her hands. She couldn't help but shed tears. I don't know what your senior owes that man. She's sacrificing so much for him. She sat for a while. Then, she stood up again. She sat down again and stood up again. Finally, she walked to the front of the portrait of the Empress and knelt down piously. Mother, I, Lan Meisien, have never believed in ghosts or gods, but I believe in you now. I'm willing to worship the Empress for a lifetime, as long as you can help Tian give birth to a child. May I be struck by lightning if I violate this oath. Yang Ruolan's eyes were somewhat moist. Her master, Lan Meisien, had always been strong and stubborn. She had never married. She had always been proud and aloof. She had never respected the heavens or feared ghosts or gods. But she was now praying so piously for her disciple. It could be seen that her heart was in chaos. On the other side, Wu Qianqian had already knelt in front of the portrait of the Empress. She didn't know how long she had been kneeling for. But she was praying in her heart. You must give birth to a healthy child. Mother will be safe. The moaning sound inside the room suddenly became louder again. It seemed as if it couldn't suppress the pain. Lan Meisien banged her head on the ground. She was in extreme pain and heartache. She suddenly turned her head and said, Ruolan, Enpi, can't she use her vital energy to give birth to a child? It's so painful. Tian, how can she bear it? Yang Ruolan revealed an embarrassed look on her face and said, Master, you don't know. Even a supreme expert has to pass through this hurdle when giving birth to a child. This has nothing to do with vital energy. She'll be no different from an ordinary woman at this moment, no matter how great her cultivation is. Sigh. Lan Meisien turned her head in disappointment. She kowtowed on the ground and prayed piously. Bear with it a little longer. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be done soon. It'll be done soon. The midwife's gentle voice was comforting her. Her voice seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. Taibu Tian was moaning in pain in the inner room. Her complexion was deathly pale. Then, it turned red after a while. Her hands were tightly grasping the edge of the bed. Blood was seeping out from her fingernails. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It's just that this is your first time giving birth to a child. The child is very healthy. It's up to you now. You must hold on. The midwife kept comforting her. Taibu Tian nodded weakly. Her eyes emitted a resolute look. She said in a low voice, "My child will be born safely." Finally, the outside couldn't bear it any longer. Good. Harder. Harder. Yes. It's coming out. It's coming out. The child is coming out. Wah! NP, a loud and clear cry of a baby was heard. It seemed as if a wisp of golden sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Taibu Tian finally relaxed after hearing this heavenly cry. She exposed a happy and relieved smile at the corners of her mouth. Then, she fainted from exhaustion. My child with him, has been born. Everyone's body shook as this cry spread. They exposed an ecstatic look on their faces. How's the child? How's the Lord? Lan Mei Xian hastily asked in a loud voice. Very good. Both are very good. One is fat and one is small. Mother is safe. Even experts like Lan Mei Xian, Chu Feiling, and Yang Ruolan felt a sense of exhaustion when these 4 words "mother is safe" were heard. It seemed as if all the strength in their bodies had been consumed in this silent cry. But their hearts had finally settled down. God bless. Lan Mei Xian knelt down in front of the Empress portrait in ecstasy. She kowtowed as if she was pounding garlic. Thank you, Empress. Thank you for being so good. From now on, Lan Mei Xian will worship you day and night. I will burn incense all year round. Thank you, Empress, for making my sweet mother safe. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan looked at each other. They both saw that the rims of each other's eyes were red. Lan Mei Xian calmed down after a long time. She stood up, picked up the teacup, and drank a mouthful of tea. She wiped her tears and said with an embarrassed smile, "You 2 little girls. You've angered me to death. But you've also worried me to death. I'd rather bleed than cry. I've only cried twice in my life. And it's all because of you 2 disappointing little girls." She wiped her tears again. Then, she said in a somewhat angry tone, "The first time was when you gave birth. I stayed on the roof of your Chu clan for a night, and I shed tears for you the whole night. The second time was because of this infuriating little girl. You ruined my child, and didn't even let me know about it. You only knew how to bear it by yourself. Alas, Master." Yang Ruolan's face was streaked with tears. Wu Qian had been dumbstruck when she had heard the cry of the baby. Then, she seemed to have woken up from a dream. She frantically kowtowed to the statue a few times. Then, she jumped up and ran towards the delivery room. "Don't go in." Yang Ruolan quickly grabbed her. "You can't go in now." "Why?" You can't go in because you can't go in." Lan Mei Xian reprimanded her with a smile. "The baby will be carried out in a while. Why are you in such a hurry? How can you casually barge into this delivery room? You're such an ignorant little girl." Wu Qian's face turned red. She was somewhat embarrassed. The sound of water splashing could be heard inside. It seemed as if someone was bathing the baby. A gentle sound of footsteps was heard after a while. Then, a benevolent-looking midwife came out with a small swaddle in her arms. She smiled as she walked. "It's very strange. I've delivered so many babies. Most of them have their eyes closed when they're born. But this little guy is different. His 2 black eyes are wide open, and they're rolling around. I don't know what he can see." Another midwife behind her said with a smile, "He's so young. He won't be able to see anything even if his eyes are open. He'll need at least a day to open his 7 orifices. Then, he'll be able to see something. That's why it's so strange." "Really?" Everyone scrambled to surround the baby. They cautiously moved closer to take a look. They saw a dense crowd of heads above the swaddle. Chapter 584. "So pretty," Lan Mei Xian said. Wu Qian pursed her lips. "Why is this baby a little wrinkled all over? He looks like an old man." To think that Master Lan could actually say the word pretty. Wu Qian didn't know that newborns were all like this. The baby in front of her was already very smooth. At this moment, she suddenly heard Yang Ruolan moaning softly. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Lan Mei Xian was quick to react. She supported her and said, "Ruolan, what's wrong?" Yang Ruolan opened her eyes. She was a little confused. Then, she looked at the baby and said dejectedly, I'm fine. Chu Failing also noticed the abnormality. He rushed forward to support his wife. He asked repeatedly, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Yang Rulin looked at the baby in swaddling clothes. After a long time, she weakly repeated, "I'm fine." However, a feeling of perilous waves suddenly rose in her heart. When she saw Tai Butian, although they were very close, she clearly knew that she was her junior sister. But when she saw this little baby, a feeling of blood connection suddenly rose in Yang Rulin's heart. It was as if this little baby in front of her was the closest person to her. This feeling was very mysterious. Moreover, Yang Rulin had a vague feeling. Why does this baby look so similar to my baby when he was just born? Then, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. All newborns in the world are very similar. When they just come out of the mother's womb, they are all wrinkled all over. How can you tell whose face they look like at this time? It's simply impossible. At least a few days later, the baby's skin will slowly relax and become round and smooth. Only then can you see the rough outline of the baby. Looks like I've really gone crazy from missing my son. After looking for a while and reporting the good news, the midwives hurriedly carried the baby in again. Because Tai Butian had already woken up and was anxiously waiting for the baby. When the midwives carried the baby in, Tai Butian actually sat up with strength that she didn't know where she got it from. The few midwives were so frightened that they shouted, don't, quickly lie down. My great-grandmother, how can you sit up now?" Finally, she held the child in her arms. Tai Butian looked at the tender face in her arms and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, as if she owned the whole world. A feeling of extreme happiness spread uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This kind of happiness and satisfaction far surpassed the sense of accomplishment of unifying the world. It was as if the entire world was not as important as this little person in his arms. "Chu Yang, do you know? Our child was born. It's a boy." Looking at the baby's tender little face, Tai Butian couldn't help but lean forward and kiss him gently. Her heart was full of tenderness. "I will take good care of him. I will educate him well so that when he grows up, he will be even more outstanding than you." She paused and suddenly changed her tone. "No, I don't want him to be more outstanding than you. I just want him to live a peaceful and happy life without any disasters. Even if he's not that outstanding." Yang Ruolan foolishly looked in the direction of the inner chamber as she watched the midwife carry the baby inside. She was absent-minded and felt as if her heart had become empty. "What's wrong?" Chu Feiling sensitively felt his wife's abnormality and asked with concern. Everyone had gathered around to take a look just now. Chu Feiling didn't have the nerve to go closer. He only glanced from afar and didn't see clearly. "Nothing." Yang Ruolan weakly snuggled in her husband's arms. She thought of the strange feeling just now. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. "I'll stay here for a while. I'll take a good look at the baby when he's a month old and has grown up. Junior sister's baby is so cute." Yang Ruolan whispered enviously. Chu Feiling's heart ached. He knew that his wife was thinking of his son. He couldn't help but sigh. Lan Meixian kept asking, "Is it okay? Can I go in? Can you let me go in first?" After a long while, the inside was tidied up. The midwife finally came out and reported, "You can go in, but be careful. Walk lightly and don't make any sound." Lan Meixian was already impatient. She slowly floated in like a ghost. Not to mention the sound of the wind, she didn't even make any dust. Chu Feiling rubbed his forehead. He was speechless. Is it necessary? Just to not make any sound, she mobilized all her martial power to launch the Great Feather mental cultivation method. Yang Ruolan weakly took 2 steps back. Her eyes were fixed on the inner chamber. She didn't even blink. Her soul had flown out of her body. It was unknown what she was thinking about. She unconsciously took 2 steps back and sat down. If it weren't for Chu Feiling's sharp eyes and quick hands, she would have sat directly on the ground. In the inner chamber, Lan Meixian nervously rubbed her hands. Tian, does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Taibu Tian gently shook her head. The baby in her arms restlessly stretched out his hands and kicked his legs. His small black eyes rolled around. He seemed to be very intelligent. Taibu Tian couldn't help but smile warmly. She said, Master, look at him. He's so naughty. Lan Meixian also smiled. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the child. Then she sighed and said, This little bastard is hurting my good disciple to death. Wait until he grows up. This old woman will ruthlessly spank his ass. You're not allowed. Tai Bu Tian glared. Lan Meixian smiled. Look at how nervous you are. Look, you're so protective of him and spoiling him. I think you're the emperor. You're spoiling him too much. Since ancient times, a loving mother has spoiled her son. Tai Bu Tian rolled her eyes. She said somewhat willfully, So what? I have plenty of family properties to spoil him. Lan Meixian was speechless. She grabbed the little guy's hand and said with a smile, Let me see how this little guy's physique is first. Your senior sister's baby only has an above-average physique. Let me see what kind of child your exquisite ice heart can give birth to. Tai Bu Tian pursed her lips and smiled. She said, I'll take whatever physique he has. I'm a little worried now. If his physique is good, I'm afraid I'll have to roll around in Jianghu in the future. Alas, how dangerous would that be? Lan Meixian rolled her eyes and said, Don't you want your son to become a matchless powerhouse? Tai Bu Tian slowly shook her head. I only want him to be safe. Everything is enough. You're really useless. Lan Meixian scolded with a smile. Then, she carefully poured her vitality into the baby's body. Suddenly, her complexion changed. Her face turned red as she muttered, There's something wrong with his meridians. Tai Bu Tian was startled. She immediately became anxious. Master, what's wrong? Is it serious? How can his meridians be so wide? Lan Meixian sucked in a breath of cold air. I've seen many children. How can this one be so monstrous? Then, her complexion changed again, and it turned deathly white. Strange. Lan Meixian frowned. She had a pensive look on her face. It's somewhat similar to the legendary Iron Blood Loyal Heart physique, but it seems to be higher. I'm not sure. I've never seen such a physique. Then, is it good or bad? Tai Bu Tian asked nervously. Of course it's good. It's so good that it can't be better. Lan Meixian raised her head in a daze. She sized up the iron-cloud imperial palace all around. Then, she muttered, Could it be that the inside of this imperial palace is a place with good feng shui? How can so many monstrous physiques appear here? This child's physique, I can't understand it. Lan Meixian solemnly said, But it's no small matter. You mustn't spread this news. Otherwise, Tai Bu Tian nodded. I know, Master. She beamed with joy as she looked at this little person. Then, she lovingly said, I didn't expect this little guy to be so extraordinary. He's worthy of being his father's son. Lan Meixian's complexion darkened. She snorted in an unfriendly manner. Then, she softly said, Are you still in pain? I'm not in pain anymore. Tai Bu Tian strangely looked at her master. Take that medicinal pill that is hanging in front of your chest, Lan Meixian urged. Pill? Tai Bu Tian was surprised. What pill? That pill that's hanging on your neck. Lan Meixian was somewhat anxious. Hurry up. A woman giving birth to a child is like passing through the gates of hell. She has experienced life and death. It's a good opportunity for you to change your physique. Take that pill now. Hurry up. It'll be too late by the time your body recovers. Change my physique. Tai Bu Tian touched the purple crystal bottle on her chest. She was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Yes. Hurry up. Lan Meixian anxiously said, You used to have the icy heart physique. But the icy heart physique disappeared without a trace after you lost your virginity. But it's a good opportunity for you to rebuild your body after giving birth. Moreover, you have a miraculous medicine in your hand. You may become the first person in history to have the icy heart physique and jade bones physique once you take it. Hurry up. But what about the child? Tai Bu Tian was somewhat unwilling. Ruolan, you take care of the child first, Lan Meixian called out. Young Ruolan immediately rushed in as if she had heard the heavenly voice. She had been waiting for such a call for too long. Under Lan Meixian's urging, Tai Bu Tian finally took out the heavy pill. But she still didn't take it immediately. She said, Master, Are you sure that this pill alone can? This is a heavy pill. Silly child. Lan Mei Xian saw that she was still hesitating. She became anxious. This is a rare heavy pill. If this pill can't change your physique, then no one else in the world can change your physique. I don't know what kind of luck you have. You've actually met the divine dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword. You're really lucky. The divine dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword? Taibu Tian exclaimed. Suddenly, huge waves rolled in her heart. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't extricate herself. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Chu Yang is actually the master of Tribulation Sword? No wonder, no wonder. Taibu Tian muttered. No wonder Chu Yang is so powerful. No wonder Chu Yang has advanced so quickly. No wonder he can turn the situation around. No wonder he can defeat Diwu Qingro. But she was startled for a moment. Then, she suddenly grabbed Lan Mei Xian's hand. Master, this matter can't be spread out. She was a talented emperor of a generation. How could she not know the importance of this matter? She immediately sensed the danger Chu Yang was in after she realized it. Chapter 585. Lan Mei Xian smiled and said, Don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. I won't spread it. No one is allowed to. Tai Butian said resolutely and solemnly. As long as you agree, I will take it immediately. But if Master were to say it out loud, even if you were to say it to another person, this disciple would have no choice but to die immediately. Lan Mei Xian took 2 steps and said, As long as you promise me that you will cultivate the icy heart jade bone to the peak, I will promise you. Good. Tai Butian opened the purple crystal bottle without hesitation. She took out the elixir and stuffed it into her mouth without even looking at it. Her eyes were shining. Master, don't forget your promise. This child. How can I go back on my word? Lan Mei Xian didn't realize that her disciple had put a curse on her. She immediately helped Tai Butian up. She placed one hand on her back and the other hand on her head. She said, Eliminate all distracting thoughts and circulate your energy to digest the elixir. Don't think about anything else. Tai Butian was just about to speak when she felt a wave of heat rising from her dantian. In an instant, the pain all over her body actually disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, an extremely comfortable feeling spread through her limbs and bones at the same time. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy surged into her back and entered her dantian. Then, it spiraled up with that spiritual energy. A spiritual energy shrouded her from the top of her head. When the 3 forces came into contact, they suddenly scattered into thousands of spiritual energy flows. Tai Butian immediately felt that her whole body seemed to be changing slightly. Then, all the changes gathered together and turned the world upside down. After a long time, Lan Mei Xian fell back with a thud and fainted. She had used up all her energy to help Tai Butian change her physique this time. If she didn't cultivate for a month or so, she wouldn't be able to recover. Tai Butian was sweating all over. Her body was oily and she didn't know what had seeped out. But she felt that her body had completely recovered. Her whole body felt light as if it was about to fly. Moreover, there seemed to be many more profound insights in her mind. She propped herself up and found that she was fine. It just so happened that there was a shortage of hot water in preparation for the birth. She immediately ordered the hot water to be transported in. She washed her body properly and stood up. She immediately felt that she was very different. Lan Mei Xian woke up. Her body was weak, but her spirit was extremely excited. She grabbed Tai Butian's hand and checked it. She laughed happily and said, Good, good. I, Lan Mei Xian, finally have a successor to my mantle. 100 meridians opened, dantian blue sea, exquisite ice heart, crystal clear jade bones, all in one. Her eyes were burning. Tian, you must cultivate diligently. The current you has basically swept away all the obstacles in your cultivation. You're standing at the peak of frozen heart jade bone. You must not disappoint this gift from the heavens. She paused for a moment and said, Only when you become strong will you be able to better protect your child. You may be the emperor of the lower 3 heavens, But you need to know that the upper three heavens will not take care of your son just because you are the emperor. Tai Butian's heart shuddered as he replied, I understand. Lan Meixian smiled in a gratified manner and said, I will take Qian back to the upper three heavens when the child is 1 month old. You take good care of the child and cultivate well. You must also go up when the time is right. The upper three heavens is where geniuses like you should stay. Tai Butian was noncommittal, her gaze somewhat perplexed. After a long while, Tai Butian said slowly, Let Qian in. I want to have a chat with her. Lan Meixian nodded and walked out. Not long after, Wu Qian walked in gently. You're looking for me? Tai Butian looked at her with a complicated gaze. After a long while, he said, Have you decided? Wu Qian lowered her head and said softly, Yes. Tai Butian heaved a long sigh of relief and said, Good. Tomorrow, I will issue an imperial edict. Empress Wu Qian has died in childbirth. The whole nation will mourn. Wu Qian was silent for a long time. Then, she said softly, I'm worried. She sighed and said, I'm worried about both. Tai Butian smiled and said, Worried? Haha. Qian, if you see him, don't tell him about this. Her expression became serious at the end of her words. Wu Qian bit her lips until they turned pale. After a long while, she said, Okay. Tai Butian smiled. Qian, what do you think about calling this child Tai Yang? Tai Yang? Yang as in the sun? Wouldn't that be the same name? Tai Yang, as in the sky-drilling poplar, a steel-like sky-drilling poplar. It has no branches and grows straight. It bathes in the sun and reaches the sky. Tai Butian said slowly and heavily, Tai Yang is the only successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. He will be the future overlord of the world. Her eyes flashed and shot out the brilliance of a sovereign. She said in a deep voice, I must conquer an iron country for my son. Long live. Outside, Yang Ruolin was holding the child. She couldn't bear to let him go. She felt more and more warmth in her heart. That feeling of blood connection made her unable to let go of the child after she held him. This is the first time I've seen you like someone else's child so much, Chu Failing said with a smile. Carry him and see, Yang Ruolin suddenly said. Chu Failing took the child very carefully and hugged his warm and soft little body in his arms. The little child seemed to be grinning happily. Chu Failing was almost conquered by this smile in an instant. A strange feeling suddenly shot into his heart like a bolt of lightning. Chu Failing's whole body trembled. He couldn't help but murmur, What a cute little guy. I feel like he's a member of my Chu clan. Yang Ruolin's whole body trembled violently. Her phoenix-like eyes opened wide. She said in a trembling voice, You also have this feeling? At this moment, Lan Meixian walked out Ruolin. I have to wait for a month before I can go back. You and Failing can go back first if you have something to do. It's okay. Master, we'll accompany you. We'll go back together after a month, Yang Ruolin said hurriedly. All right. Lan Meixian nodded. I'll take a rest first to recover my primary power. I've used up all my primary power today. She walked away after she said this. Yang Ruolin's heart was surging with emotions. I have this feeling, and my husband also has this feeling. What does this mean? Why do I have this feeling? Why? She stood there in a daze. Tai Butian had already walked out. She took the child from Chu Failing's arms and thanked them with a smile. Thank you, senior sister and senior sister's husband. I've really troubled you this time. Why did you walk out now? Yang Ruolin asked anxiously. It's fine. Tai Butian chuckled. If senior sister and brother-in-law have nothing to do, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Okay. Yang Ruolin didn't wait for Chu Failing to reply to this request. The next day, Iron Cloud Empire issued 2 imperial decrees at the same time, shocking the world. The Grand Elder of the Iron Cloud Empire was born. His Majesty the Emperor personally gave him the name Tai Yang. He was bestowed the position of Grand Elder and was confirmed as the successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. Amnesty for the world. The entire nation rejoiced. The Empress of the Iron Cloud Empire, Wu Qian, was born due to dystocia. She was posthumously conferred the title of loyal, filial, benevolent, righteous, and Xiao Empress, the only mother of the nation. The seven-son nation mourned. Buried in the imperial mausoleum, the entire nation mourned. These two pieces of news, one happy and one sad, shocked the world. Half a month later, bad news came from the Iron Cloud Empire. The master of Butian Pavilion, king of Hell Chu, had a relapse of his old injuries. He died the night before yesterday. He was posthumously conferred the title of first prince with a different surname. The entire nation mourned. When the third imperial decree was issued, no one knew that Tai Butian had held the imperial seal in her hand and sat in front of the imperial decree in a daze for a long time. When the imperial seal finally fell with a loud bang, 2 drops of tears flowed out of Tai Butian's eyes. Day after day passed. The child's skin had fully grown. His whole body was tender and tender. His white skin was tinged with rosy. He was extremely lovable. Yang Ruolan came to see him several times a day. The more she looked, the more her heart palpitated. After the child's face had grown, the more Yang Ruolan looked at him, the more it overlapped with the image of her son in her memory. That was her only son. She would recall him several times a day over the past few years. In her dreams, her son seemed to be in her arms. How could that memory not be deep? On this day, Yang Ruolan's mind flashed. She remembered King of Hell Chu, whom she had taught a lesson 3 days ago. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what. Finally, that day, Yang Ruolan murmured, "I heard junior sister say that this is King of Hell Chu's child. But the last time I saw King of Hell Chu, his appearance was completely different from this child's." Different? Chu Failing was reading a book. He answered indifferently. But Yang Ruolan suddenly stood up, startling the absent-minded Chu Failing. He raised his head and saw his wife's eyes wide open. She murmured, "Different? Why not?" Although this child inherited some of his mother's features, his sharp eyebrows, nose, and masculine aura definitely came from his father. But why not? Yang Ruolan's whole body trembled. Why not? Why? Chu Failing groaned and lay on the chair. He thought to himself, Ruolan is going crazy thinking about her son again. What does it have to do with us, whether or not they look alike? But Yang Ruolan had already stood up. "I'll go find junior sister." "Hey, it's late at night now." Chu Failing hurriedly stopped her, but Yang Ruolan turned a deaf ear. She had already gone far away. Chu Failing smiled bitterly. Looking at the bright and dark candlelight, he thought to himself, "When I go back this time, I must put in more effort to search. Otherwise, looking at my wife like this really makes me feel uneasy." That night, Tai Butian fed her child milk and let him fall asleep. Hearing that Yang Ruolan had come, she hurriedly received her. Originally, the children of the royal family were basically nursed by wet nurses, but Tai Butian firmly refused and insisted on raising them herself. This decision had once been greatly approved by Yang Ruolan. "Tian, can I ask you something?" Yang Ruolan came and looked at the sleeping child. Her heart was thumping wildly and her lips were dry. She asked nervously, "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.